Hello, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Bala, can we start at 9:30?
No issues. I'll inform the team.
Yeah.
So initially we started writing a simple test cases. Okay, writing how to write the test cases and basic testing concepts is what I explained you. Whenever it comes to testing, the testing life cycle basically, the concept of testing life cycle is something important. Based on that only, you have to work in an environment. So most of the time, when the duty would be when you're initially joining the company or in first 3 4 years, you will be working on these things only and testing analysis and design, where you will be preparing the test cases and you have to implement and execute it. So once that is done, once the product is ready, and or once the manual testing is done for the current available product, we'll try to build up an automation regression so that in future, whenever there's a change in the application, we'll try to run the automation regression and gets the output. That's how it will be designed, and that's how it will be working on. Automation regression is what we are building. So build the automation regression. We have the component called Selenium WebDriver. To work with Selenium WebDriver, Java concept is mandatory. In Java concept, we have started from the scratch and almost completed everything. Exception handling and something called final keyword. Those things are all pending, which I'll be completing by today. In WebDriver, when it comes to WebDriver, the topics are very simple. So you have to do the basic operation first of all, click type selecting from the dropdown. During that time, you should know the synchronization, what is implicit wait, what is explicit wait, how it is going to work. Okay. And then once that is done, how to handle multiple tabs, frame concept, and then alert. Once that part is done, then you can start working on other operations like how to do mouse or activities, keyboard activities, and how to get the text from the web page, and how to get the attribute detail from the web page. So all this we'll be discussing along with the framework. Okay. And then I explained you about the concept of screenshot, how to take the screenshot. Most of the things what is prerequisite for designing a framework we have done. Okay, still we have concepts. Few concepts are there in Selenium, which you can start practicing it. I'll tell you. We have done the with the mouse over keyboard activities and how to work with CSS selector. So whatever is required for designing a framework or whatever is required for understanding the framework, we are done with that. Okay, Auto IT will do it. That is for some part of Windows automation. As of now, we have done the upload activity. For uploading activity, let me open the Eclipse. For file upload, we use send keys method. And while uploading the file, we were checking for the element which is having a type equal to file. Did we work on that? Did we work on upload a file activity? Okay, click type. I don't think we worked on it. we have some Selenium concepts pending, like how to upload the file. These concepts and all, which we have to work how to upload. And there is something called find element. That is from Java part. I'll explain that. And then get activities, get text, get attribute. Always will directly see it in the framework. Get attribute and get CSS value. A few methods are get methods, which we will be working on. Okay. And then check the element displayed or not. For that also, you have some Boolean functions, Boolean methods are there, which I'll explain it. And controlling the download directory. While downloading in the browser, it always go to the downloads folder. Okay, to control to change that directory, how to do it. Notifications coming from the browser environment, how to handle the notification. Run it in the headless mode. Okay. So those things are HTTP certifications. So these are things which is pending, which any of you can start googling it and you will be getting it once you submit the scenario. I'll explain about these concepts. Okay, and in Java part, exception handling is pending, and then for Java part exception handling, and then we can work on some pending switch condition is pending, which we will use directly in the framework. Okay, exception handling, enumerator, and all we can check it. It's not a big task hereafter. We almost done every important concept. Exception handling is based on inheritance only. You have to work on inheritance for the enumerator or just like key value. So we will force the user to use only those keys. Okay, we'll check on that. Okay, fine. So let's start with the framework right now. So this is going to be the next stage. If you see here, some testing concepts is also pending. Okay, like what are the types of testing? Those theory part is pending, which you can easily get it. When it comes to manual testing, you should know how to analyze the application and what is the level of testing. Okay, so test planning and analysis, and then planning and control, analysis and design, implementation and execution, closure activities. So this fundamental test process is something which you should know. Okay, the level. And some company following this process, some company will have their own process. It depends. So most of the time you have to start writing the test case analysis and writing the test case and executing the test case. Okay, and that is what important. Based on that only automation regression will be built. Okay, so some testing concepts initially I gave you for 8 hours. Then we started working with Java programming. Then we started working with Selenium. Okay, Selenium concepts, upload activity, all these things we'll try to do with AutoIT. We'll start with framework. One framework we'll try to design. Okay, since we have full day session, it will be like a continuation so that you'll have an idea. So hybrid framework we'll try to create it today. Now this is going to be the next stage. Once Selenium is done, we can start with the framework. Two framework we'll be designing in the session. So one is this SNG framework we'll be using. I'll be naming it as hybrid. I'll tell you the reason why I mention it as hybrid. The thing is, we will try to use multiple framework in this section. So let me now here. We'll be using a unit test framework. There is a concept called unit test framework, which is used by the testing team. So when it comes to product development, first what will happen is whenever a product is getting developed, it has to move to the testing stages. So first thing what happens is developer needs to test the product built based on the requirement. So when development team is testing that particular product, they will be using the concept of unit testing. They will be using the concept of unit testing. Let me open this document. Testing levels. Okay, you need to understand the testing levels. So I'll just give you an idea. So first thing, a development will be developer will be doing the unit testing. Unit testing will be done on the developed code. Okay. So it's a focus on smaller unit on software testing. In this, we test individual unit, and this is not a part of our testing team. It will be done by the development team. Okay, checking the if condition, methods, logic, and then based on the password and all I told you, right? So when there is a password, it should have a special character, a lowercase, uppercase, numbers. So these things will be given on the requirement. So based on that, he will be writing the test case. Yes, he will be writing the test case and then completing this part. That's a part of unit testing. Next, once unit testing is done, then the component it will be released for module by module is what is going to be developed most of the time. Or if it is developed as a whole unit, unit testing will be done whenever there is a development complete on it. And finally, you will be getting a whole product, or you will be getting a product by product. Okay. Like in the initial day, I explained you about the agile cycle. In that iterative model, product by product we will be getting. Okay. uh, the total sprint, we will have each sprint cycle. Each sprint will be taking some backlogs and will develop and give it. So that's it. So first you will be getting a component. In component testing, all modules component you will be testing based on the test cases what you have written and validating everything. Okay. And once the component testing is done, you will come to know, for example, login feature, and you'll be testing only login feature and sign up feature. That's basically component wise it will be releasing. You will be doing the next testing. Side levels will be like this: unit testing, next will be component testing. Once component testing is done, okay, under component testing, both are possible. Okay, if a developer is doing, he will be testing the component technically. Okay, without you can see the black box testing, white box testing. Black box testing is what testing team will be doing. Okay, they will not go and check the technical code. They will check the application requirement, whether it is matching or not. Okay, you see, we ignore the internal working mechanism. Here we will check the internal mechanism, whereas gray box testing takes both the thing, which mostly will be done by the technical people only. So in component testing, both are possible. Basically, it depends on who's doing that component testing. And integration testing, when they integrate the product, like login, sign up all together, we will be applying a testing at the stage. So that's the next level integration testing. Once the integration testing is done, whenever that feature is added, as a whole unit, you have to test the application. That's basically called system testing. Okay, as per the requirement, you have to do the complete testing. So most of the company, when it comes to waterfall model, you will be doing the system testing only. You will have all the test cases. When the product is released, you will get a whole product. When you get whole product, you will start doing the system testing. Okay, the entire testing will be done on it based on the requirement. You see here, this is very important. Okay, for sure, any product you take, system testing will be happening based on the overall requirement specification. It will cover all the combined part of the system. Okay, and then once that system testing is done, from the QA team, you can assure the product is good to release. Next, if there is a requirement or if it is a mandatory part discussed in the requirement, then acceptance testing will come into picture, where end user will have to test the application, or end user need to understand the application flow. For that and all, they will conduct the acceptance testing. You see that mostly carried out by end user customer. Goal of acceptance testing to establish confidence in system and part of system, and basically how it getting used by the user, usability. And based on that, once the acceptance testing done, final sign off will be done. The product can be released. In acceptance testing, different levels are there. I'll share you this document. When you get time, you go through this module: integration, system. These are the levels: first unit, next component, next integration, then system. Once the system is done, if system is ready, which means that post that you release the product, some client will ask for the acceptance testing. At that time, you have to work on acceptance testing. In acceptance testing also, you have different testing. Who's going to do the acceptance testing depends on that. You have two things. We'll check on this: alpha testing and beta testing. Okay. So alpha testing is something which will be done by the company, internal organization. The QA team will be doing the acceptance testing. This type of validation testing, it's a validation testing, basically a black box testing. It's a type of acceptance testing which is done before the products are released to customer. It is typically done by the alpha, like QA people only. QA people only will be working on that acceptance testing. You will be writing the use cases, or you will be writing your user stories, and you will be testing it. How to write the use cases and all we will be seeing, because we have to work on one framework called BDD. There is a framework called BDD, which is also part of the session. For that, you have to concentrate on acceptance testing. We'll work on that. Beta testing is done by the end user. For example, you can take WhatsApp. WhatsApp, you have beta version. If you Google it, you will be getting the beta version of WhatsApp. The upcoming features they will be developing, right? So those things they will be releasing it as a beta version. If you want to use beta version of WhatsApp, you can use it, but there will be lots of issues like it might crash in between, and whatever the error you get during the usage time, those things will be tracked, and the development team will be trying to fix based on that. That's a beta testing which will be done outside the organization. That's the difference between alpha and beta, and both are comes under the acceptance testing. Okay. And once the acceptance testing is done, product will be released. And if you are following in while doing this product release, if you are following the agile scrum model, iterative model, or waterfall model, whatever it is, in future you will be keep on adding some component into it. Okay, additional maintenance testing will come into picture. Maintenance work will go on. You have to keep on testing, doing the system testing or acceptance testing for the product whenever there's a change. For that only we will try to build the regression suite. Regression testing is nothing but there will be a concept here, regression and progression, just to understand it. So here I already explained you about regression and progression on day one. Okay, for example, if the product is coming into picture, let's take sprint 2. In sprint 2, what we need to do is we have to test the current sprint backlogs. Okay, that is your currently whatever we are planning to develop, that thing we'll try to do. That is basically called progression testing, and whatever is previously developed, you will be testing that also. That falls under the regression testing. As minute difference between regression and progression. Now we will try to build the automation suite for the regression only. Regression total automation in this total regression testing will be something similar to system testing only. So regression testing, and there is a difference between, we use these terms like smoke testing, sanity testing, both are to accept the build. You have a slight difference between smoke and sanity, but people interchangeably use this in the environment. We just, for example, if you're getting a application for testing, okay, in the initial stages, in sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3, sprint 4, and all, in the initial stages, if you're getting, at that time we use it as a smoke testing. Okay, in the smoke testing, we verify the functionality, like whether the application is working properly, is it getting crashed, okay, while loading the page. Very basic things we will be testing. Okay, and we'll accept the build to test the further thing in that particular module what has been developed. Now, at that time, in the initial stages of the build, we just call it as smoke testing. Okay, this is to accept the build only. You see, whenever a new build is provided by the development team, software test team validate the build and ensure no major issues, and they will start doing the testing in that particular product. Okay, so initially we term it as smoke testing, and in later stages of the build, okay, when we are in the sprint 20 or sprint 30, we are planning to release it in another 10 sprint or another 5 sprint if it is too much of sprint. Okay, assume that we are planning to release totally product in sprint 25, and we are in 20th sprint at that time. So at that time, you have to do the sanity testing. Okay, so that is what the difference between smoke and sanity. Okay, they both are to accept the build. When to accept the build, at what stage you are planning to accept the build is what is going to define the smoke and sanity. Okay, that's a basic difference, alpha, beta. These are all unique unit testing stages, testing levels we call it as. These are the levels, major level: component testing, integration testing, system testing, acceptance testing. Others are just a term we use it while doing these kind of testing. Okay, just a minute. Okay, we'll start. So now these are all testing levels. Okay, the stages what you need to learn when it comes to testing is okay. Since we have a limited time for testing, a basic SDLC process, and what are the model available for doing the development and testing level. Okay, testing principle is also something important. I'll tell you. So test, but most of the features you'll not be keep on discussing in the testing. You will be just using the term and moving on. Testing level is important. Unit component integration system acceptance testing. Once that is done, and these are all just distinguishing between functional and non-functional testing. I'll tell you about that. Okay, any of you by default you will be learning these feature. Fundamental test process, those are all important. Okay, and few more for doing the certifications, you need to know about these terms. For working with the testing environment and for doing certification, exactly you need to know. For working with the environment, you will be knowing it basically, these terms are all. For certification, you should be able to exactly put under what is testing level, what is static testing, what is dynamic testing, what are the things undergone under static testing. All the features will not be used by the company. Okay, any company is not going to use all the feature, but you should be able to aware of these feature. And when you get into that position, you'll be able to follow that, or you'll be able to take decision based on that. Okay, that's why we need to understand the static testing, dynamic testing, test and testing management, and all that. I'll share the detail. You can work on it. As of now, we should be able to write the test cases, which we have discussed on day one. Basic test cases required. Now, once you complete the test case, writing the test case document like this, once it is completed, then like this, once it is completed, some basic test cases what we have written on day one. With that itself, you can learn the framework. So after you complete the manual test cases, test analysis and design is what we have done. And then we will try to execute this manually. You try to execute this manually and we'll make the result pass or fail. And once that is done, you will get into the automation regression. While doing the automation regression, for each and everything, we'll have to create a method. For each and every test case, we will create a method. Method for handling this, a method for handling this, method for handling this. Let's understand, first we'll go with this step by step. We'll understand how to create a test method for this and do it. Okay. To create the test method, we use a framework called unit test framework. Okay, it is actually used by the development team. For automation, this is going to be best suitable. All the codes are already designed. Framework is nothing but a reusable code. Okay. A framework means creating a reusable code. Already, the team already created the reusable code. We will use it. Developer will be using for unit testing. We will be using for building the automation regression. In Java, two major framework are there. One is JUnit, the one is TestNG. We will be using TestNG unit test framework. It's already designed a framework. And the second one is we will be working on data-driven framework. The concept of data-driven framework is separating the test case. Test case, what you write, test data. That is your data-driven framework. Okay, and then we will be using a design pattern called page object model. We will see all these things while practicing one by one. We will see it. It will take some 10 to 12 hours to complete the framework design. Okay. We'll do it, most of the things will be done by today. Okay, designing this basically a design pattern. We will be trying to merge all these together. Okay, and you see here simple framework like it's a intermediate level framework is what we are going to create directly. We will be designing it. So once we start it, it looks simple. Later we'll be using the whoops concept what we learn. Inheritance we'll be using. Then we will be creating an object for child. When you create an object for child, memory will be allocated for parent. So those all the whoops concept what you have learned, what I have described previously, you will be able to understand that practically in the framework. While designing the framework, for sure, some knowledge of whoops concept is required. Without doubt, also you will be able to understand. But if you know that knowledge, it will be very easy to grasp this thing. Okay, we will be merging multiple framework into it. When you merge more than one framework, you can term it as hybrid framework. We are terming it as hybrid framework. Just we are merging multiple framework into it. Okay, that's the concept here. So what we will do is while working on this framework, we'll try to create a different packages. There will be a package called com dot company name dot test. Okay, in this package, we'll try to keep all the test cases. All the test cases will be added here in this package. And we will create one more package called com.nsc.base. We have to do cross-browser testing, right? We are doing a web testing, so cross-browser testing. Browser configuration, including the URL, report configuration, all these will be done in this com.nsc.base. There will be a package which we will be creating. And then we will be creating one more package com.nsc.utilities. In this utilities package, we will be working on Excel, how to connect Excel utils, okay, how to work with Excel. And there is something called properties file, how to work with properties file. So this code, reusable code, we'll create it. Lots of framework available. You can pick it from that framework also. Once you start working on it, you'll come to know. Once you see your environment, you'll come to know. For sure, there will be reusable code, which would have already designed. We will try to use it from the existing project most of the time. Otherwise, we have to start from the scratch. How to do from the scratch is what I'll be getting in the session. And then com.nsc.pages. For creating a reusable Selenium code, we will be using page object model. We will try to implement it. So these packages is what we are going to create. While creating all these packages, we will be creating, till now what we were doing is we are creating a Java project. Okay. So we'll be using a build management tool called Maven right now. Maven is not a framework, it's a build management tool. The purpose of Maven, I'll tell you. Now what we were doing is we were creating a simple Java project, file new, and then we go to other Java project is what we are creating. And we'll give the name and we'll click on finish. It will get the Java project. There are some drawbacks with Java project. So for example, if you see during the session itself, the Selenium version got updated. When the Selenium version got updated, what I did is I tried to change this, updated the Selenium jar in my directory. After updating the Selenium jar in my directory, you see it was throwing error. If you watch the previous recording, you will come to know if you missed it. And every time I have to fix this problem. If I change this directory, or if I delete this jar, or if I move this project from one place to another place, or if we have multiple people are working in one project, if they are trying to do an integration of the complete project, then you will be facing a conflict between the charge version, everything. To avoid those things, we'll go for Maven project. That is one scenario. here. So going further, we will try to create the Maven project here instead of Java project. There are lots of drawback. One is the jar, you have to map it every time, or if you are planning to work with multiple members for one project, you will have to integrate it. So one person will be using a different jar, version of a jar. You will be using a different version of a jar. This jar might require some dependency. Dependent jar might be required, and you have to download one by one. By whenever you get class not found exception, you have to find that jar one by one and add it. It becomes a quite complex process when it comes to the project management. Okay, so to avoid that, what we'll do is we'll use build management tool. Okay, Maven is not a framework, just make sure it's a build management tool. The purpose of this Maven project, it's basically used in development environment. The from the scratch till the deployment of the project will be taken care by Maven. Okay, you can easily control your project in a command line itself. You can control the project. A very simple way to control the project. Using this command mvn, we will be able to control the entire project. Okay. I removed few things in this machine. Let me give me a minute. Using this command right now, if you try, it will not work. Mvn space hyphen version, we have to set up everything. We will do that. This will be at the end stage. We'll first create the project, Maven project. So in the Maven project, basically end to end, from starting to deployment, you will be able to maintain this Maven project. I'll get that slide actually. Now in this, adding the jars are going to be very simple. Maintaining the jars are going to be simple. Maintain jars, dependent jars. Okay. Will be simple. And in this, there is a file called form.xml. We will be getting something called form.xml. You have to understand that form.xml file. This form.xml XML file is what we will be creating. Basically, when you create a Maven project, you get this file. And this file will take care of the project end to end. So entire detail about your project will be present in this form.xml. This is basically called project object model. This file name, the full form of this form is nothing but project object model. Complete project detail will be maintained in this form.xml. We will keep on adding details in this form.xml only. And if you see this, this is just a management tool, not a framework. Okay. It can be used by development team. It can be used by automation team. Okay. Some pre-built archetypes will be available. Pre-built code will be available. Pre-built jars, everything will be available with this Maven project. That's what we are planning to create. Okay. Let's start with the steps so that you can understand this creation and execution, how to maintain the projects and all. Tips, you can also start with me. Set up and create a framework. So first thing, we will try to create a Maven project. Okay, create Maven project. By default, Eclipse supports Maven project, so you will be having that feature. If you're using very older Eclipse, you may not get it. For the time, you need to add it. You can just go to File, a new, and you can go to Other. Here you will be able to see Maven. Under Maven, Maven project. Just check this. Go to File, in New. You can go to Other, and then expand Maven section. You will be able to see Maven project. Click on Next. And then here, create a simple project you can choose. And then next, you should be getting this one, group ID, artifact ID, version. You have to understand all these things. Let's understand this one by one. Created file, new. You can go to Other and choose Maven project. Create a simple project. We are going to create a simple project, empty project we'll be creating, and we'll be adding the files one by one.
What is that group?
Come in.
What is that group ID?
Yeah, I'll explain it. Group ID, artifact ID, and all you need to give that. I'll explain it. Just like build is the process of creating an executable from source code. Maven will take care of compiling, testing, packaging, and deploying the project. Okay, starting from the compiling is nothing but generating the bytecode. Testing is executing those bytecode. Packaging is generating the jars. Jar and all you can easily generate. Deploying is basically set up in the pipeline. And this is what I explained you right now. Without Maven, the problem, and with Maven, the advantage. Responsibility of Maven. This we will see it. Project object model. Just give you an introduction. Now, while creating the Maven project, you see it is asking for group ID, artifact ID. We have choose this, create a simple project. Then it asks for group ID, artifact ID. Now you will be creating one project, and if you are planning to serve this project to some client, okay, that client should know who created this project, which company created this project, or which project team created this project, if it is an internal thing. So this tells you about your group, the team which you belong to, the project which you belong to, or the company which you belong to. That is your group ID. For example, let me show you some things. MVN repository. I'll explain about this. Let me check for a jar. HTMG I'll do. Here you see some version I'll choose. I'll explain about this. You can see something like group ID here. Okay. org.testng is the group they belong to. Okay. And artifact ID is nothing but the project name. Group ID right now, we can keep it as com.nsc, the group which we belong to. if we generate Maven dependencies for our project, the group ID will be com.nsc right now. Okay. If you want to give your project, you can give it com.nsc.project name you can give. Otherwise, just mention the group ID as com.nsc. Artifact ID is nothing but project name. Artifact ID is nothing but the project name. Here, if you see the project name is test engine and current version of the project. Let me do that. Artifact ID right now will take some application and we'll do the automation. We'll take this application orange term. Some simple application only we have to take because framework is what you are planning to understand. Don't take any complex application in the beginning. Take simple application, design the framework, then you can start with complex application. We'll use this application. Artifact IDs, we are planning to automate this orange HRM. So I'll give it as orange HRM. Yeah. Orange HRM automation. I'm going to keep it. The project name. Project name should be upper camel case. Every word first letter should be in uppercase. HRM is basically a abbreviation, so I've just given it like this. This is the first build we are doing. You can keep it as 1.0. Packaging, you can leave it as jar. We'll try to deploy the project only most of the time. Okay, done with this. Group ID, artifact ID. Take time and do it and let me know if you're not able to follow. You will also be able to share the screen. We can fix it. Just follow it. By today, you will get an idea about the framework. We'll be using inheritance and all, which will be straightforward for you when it comes to framework. If you understand the OOPS concept with these conditions, real-time conditions, you can easily work on it. Okay, just by theory part, if you work with OOPS concept, will not help always. We'll use this. So com NSE orange HRM 1.0 jar. And for example, if your project is dependent on some other project, okay, you have two different projects, assume that the project which are going to work is always dependent on some other project. Some other project is having all the code which we wanted to use it in the second project. During that time, we will try to give the other project details here. Okay. We'll try to give other project detail, but right now it's a single project what we are creating. You can leave it. Name and description, it's for our purpose. The purpose of the project name and description, it's for our purpose. If you want to fill, you can fill it and you can click on finish. Once you finish it, it will take some time. Okay. It will take some time to settle down your project. Once you click on finish, you can see on the right hand side bottom, it will try to download lot of things. It will connect to the internet and it will try to download everything. Suppose when you work in a company, you will have restriction. You might have connected with VPN or anything. They will block the detail. The Maven project will always connect to the internet and download. They will block it, or they will have their own local repository. So those setup and all, but first you have to finish it. Okay. Anyhow, right now you will not face an issue. Once you create the project, you should be getting a project like this. See here, you will be getting a project like this, orange HRM automation. Now project is ready. Okay, now in that you can see you should be getting the structure. If the structure is not properly given, let me know. So wait for some time if you created it for the first time. We're able to get the source main Java, source main resource, source test Java, source test resource. Yeah, now after that, so after creating this structure, you will be able to see source main Java, source main resource, source test Java, source test resource. As I told you initially, this Maven project is used by the development team. So development team will be doing a testing, unit testing. Morning I told you, right? So in the start I told you unit testing. Now if you see here, under source main Java, source main resource, the development team keeps the development code. Okay. Under source test Java, source test resource, the testing details will be kept. The Java files will be kept under source test Java, testing Java file, unit testing Java file. And then the files related to something like any Excel or any external file they want to keep, that they will keep it under source test resource. That is going to be the structure. Development Java code, development materials will be kept, testing Java code, testing materials if they will keep under unit test pro test section and main section. That's the difference. Okay. Now we are planning to work on automation regression. We are planning to do a testing concepts here. In our case, we will not have any development code. So we always concentrate on these two packages. Source test Java, source test resource. Understood? We concentrate on these two things. We are planning to create lots of Java file. Let's create these package. First package, we'll try to create it as com.nsc.test. Let's do that. You have to create the package inside source test Java. So right click on source test Java, a new package, com.company name dot test will give. You can, while giving the test, you can give like orange HRM test, all these things. Since the project is given, I'm going to use a general name here, com.nsc.test. Proceed test. Okay. Create package. Now we have to create class and test method. Let's create a class, and test method is what you need to create. Okay. To create test method, we will try to use the unit testing framework. A great test. Let's understand that. You can right click on the NSC test and then go to new class. Inside the package, create a class. Class name, you have to give it properly. There will be lots of class name. You see this test case. In the first test case, we are validating some UI component. We are validating the title of the page. Logo should be present. Image exact comparison we can't do. Text box should be present. Text box should be available for password. Button should be available. Link should be available. orange HRM, some detail is there in the bottom. Those icon and all should be available. We'll use some of the things and we'll try to automate. Then we'll go for actual functionality test. Okay. So view UI is what we are testing. For that, we will try to create a class. Okay, it's a login page. Login UI test you can do. Login user interface test or UI test you can do without main method. Just create a class. Now, after creating the class, no main method. If you created main method, remove it. We will not run here after using main method. Okay, when it comes to main method, a class can have only one main method. And if there is an error, it will just abort the execution. And then if you want to maintain multiple test cases, or if you want to run one test case multiple time, for all the steps, we have to write logic in main method. And reports will not be there. We will be using this unit test framework, NU test engine. The advantage of using this test engine is it helps us in creating the test method easily. It will automatically create an object called the method and it generates a report, maintain the project in a easy structure. Most of the features is available in test engine. Whatever is required for testing, most of the feature is already available in this framework, unit test framework. We'll see that one by one. For example, here I wanted to validate the title. You see the first one, title should be OpenEMR. Okay, let me do that. Public, I am going to create one method, public void non-static method only, validate title. And you can end with test, validate title test, something you try to end with test. Any name you can do, make sure you end with test. And test class, you see, we are ending with test so that whoever comes to your project and see, they will understand this class contain test method, this is your test method. And inside this, I'll just print validate title. Okay, I'm just printing the statement. Let's create a method right now. Now, after creating the test method, okay, you cannot run this iStop now. You see, run as option is not coming. So why this option is not coming as of now? In order to run a class,
Main method.
main
This is
method
not.
is required. It's not available. Main method is not available. So hereafter we will not use main method. We will be using a test ng annotations. Annotations is nothing but a class. I'll tell you how to use it. And to get that, we have to install few things. Okay, few things we have to add it in our framework. Let me do it step by step. First thing, what you need to do is you have to provide for every test method. You have to provide this annotation, something like at the rate this lesson here. Now, after providing at the rate test, when you hover on it, it should show you the import option. Don't click on any of these things. Add and all you should not click. You have to get the import option. Like at the rate test is basically a annotation. We call this as annotation in Java, and this particular annotation, okay, basically it's a class. What this annotation will do is this will make this as a test method. Whatever the code we write here, it will make this as a test method, and it's a non-static method. How will you call this non-static method? Like basically we need to create an object to call the non-static method. This particular annotation will take care of it. It will create an object for this class and it will run this method, and then it will give you the test output, whether the test method is passed or failed. And also it will give you two report. One is emailable report, the other one is index.html report. A complete report will be given to you. Yeah. No. So all will be taken care by this test engine. For that, what you need to do is you have to add the test engine jar. Okay, we have to configure the jar dependency. So what are the jars required right now? We are planning to work with test engine, and also we are planning to work with Selenium. Selenium jar, how will we add it basically when it comes to Java project? We right click on the project, build a path, configure build path, and we try to map it right after downloading the jar. Hereafter, we don't want to do that. Okay, you guys can go to pom.xml. Just go to pom.xml. If you go to pom.xml, first thing it will show you this overview, something like this. Okay, just a table view will be there. In the bottom, you can see pom.xml here. Just click on it, you will get the source code, the XML code. It will have project tag. These are all some internal code will be used by the Maven. Okay, repositories to build the environment. And model version will be there, group ID, artifact ID, version. So that's nothing but our group ID, com.nc, artifact ID, our project name, and version. So if you try to share this project to someone, they will be able to access using this group ID, artifact ID, and version. Now, after the version, you have to keep the jar detail. For example, I want to keep the SNG jar. For that, what I need to do is you have to create a dependency stack. Just go to pom.xml and create dependency stack. CAES dependencies. Now inside this, you have to keep all the dependency, all the jar, you have to keep it. Automatically, it will download and configure. That I'll tell you how it gets downloaded, where it gets downloaded and all. After creating the dependency stack, after creating the dependency stack, you can go to mvnrepository.com. mvnrepository.com. I'll tell you about the site. All the Maven dependencies, all the jars required for our work, may Java related thing will be present under this Maven repository, MVN repository. Over here, I'll search for testng. You see here, testng. Click on testng, and you will be able to see the version here, 7.5. Latest version. I'll be searching for testng first. After searching for testng, go for testng. Okay, and you see here testng project I'm choosing. Then version, different versions there. Let me choose 7.5. Now you see they are giving the dependency detail. To get the testng, you can use this dependency in Maven project, and you can see something like Gradle, Gradle short, Gradle Kotlin, and SBT, IV, Grape. And these are all different build management tools. Nowadays, Gradle is also started using in the environment, but most widely in the testing environment as well as development environment, Maven is used. Okay, nowadays everyone is shifting to Gradle. Okay, we'll first complete this Maven. So you have to copy the dependency. Just click here, it will copy group ID, artifact ID, version. It will get copied, and you have to paste inside this dependencies. Inside this dependencies, you have to paste it. After pasting it, just click on save all. Once you do save all, automatically your jars get downloaded. Once you click save all, if all the configuration are correct, it will get downloaded. Okay. To align this code, you can give Control Shift F to align this code. Control Shift F. Okay. Dependencies tag will be there. Inside that, you have to keep the dependency, testng dependency. Now you will be able to use the methods, classes inside the testng jar. It will automatically download the testng jar. If I want to work with Selenium, I'll be adding the Selenium jar as well. Okay, first we'll complete this testng. We'll create few test methods, then we'll go for testng. Configure this testng jar. Link I'll give you. Just go to this link and you can take it. Copy it and paste it here. And once this is done, you can go for let me show you. You can close this form.xml as of now. I'll go to login UI test, and then I'll provide @test here. It's a class name basically. It's an annotation. We call this as an annotation. Annotations are nothing but a class. And once I add it, immediately I will be getting the import option. If you're not getting import option, close the file and reopen the file. Again, you try to hover on it. It should show the import option. home.testng.annotation. Just check it. Working.
Bala, I'm not getting that import option.
Share my screen. pom.xml, you need to save it. Only when you save it will get downloaded. Did you paste that test engine? Yeah, save it. Yeah, paste it and save it. That's fine. You can save it. So once you save, in the bottom you can see it is getting downloaded now. Building workspace 44%. Only after saving it will download. Now it got downloaded. Now you do mouse over. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me share my screen. Now after updating the pom.xml, yeah. Any doubts? So I'll just repeat it. We created a Maven project and then we provided the group ID, artifact ID version. Then we created a package, then the test method. We created the package test method. To make the test method, we have to provide something like @test. Once you provide @test right now, it will throw error. Okay. The reason why it is throwing error is we have to add the jar. The test-ng jar is required to create the test method. Right now we are using unit test framework test-ng. To get the detail of test-ng in the Maven project, one option is you can download the jar and you can add it like the way we did it in Java project, which is not recommended. When it comes to Maven project, we go to this pom.xml. In pom.xml, you love this pom.xml like this. In this first thing, you have to create a tag called dependencies. Whatever the jar requires, we will keep it inside this dependencies. Dependencies inside this we'll keep. For example, I wanted to use test-ng jar. For that, you can go to MVN repository, search for test-ng. For sure, we'll be getting it at the top itself, test-ng. Search it properly, then go for test-ng and pick the latest version. Make sure it's a stable version. Don't go with beta. No. Beta testing, I told you, right? It's an acceptance testing. And an end user can test it. You can also use it. Basically, beta is not required. We go for stable version, latest stable version. In this case, 7.5 is the stable version. Click here. It will copy the dependency. You see the tag name. It's here. It's dependency. That you need to paste it here. After pasting it, Control Shift here follow like what after pasting it, immediately go and save it. Save all you do. Once you do save all, then only it will get download. Okay. After adding the dependency, I'll just give the link. Add the jar dependency in pom.xml and save it. Okay. Once you save it, then only it gets updated. You have to save it. Suppose if it is not getting updated, listen carefully. If still import option, if still import option for testengine.com, update the project, update the Maven project. Okay, just make a note of. And sometimes what will happen is after pasting and saving also you will not get it. Save all you need to do. Once you do that, it should be available. Import option. You should be getting the import option like this. Over on it, you should be getting it. Still, if it is not coming, you should know how to update the Maven project. Sometimes Maven project will be throwing some random errors will be throwing. So don't worry about it. During that time, right click on the project team. Sorry, right click on the project Maven update project. Here, let me add the screenshot over here for your reference. Here, under update project, choose force update. Just choose the force update. And then click on it will reconfigure the details. You can zoom it and check it when you get the session out. As of now, I'll keep it here. Now we have created this 5-step, which is done. Now let's go for the next step. You can start running the code. Okay, just check it. Now you will not be getting it. You have to set up the extended plugin. Just check it. But do you see this run option? Any of the latest text scripts is required to do this. Now you can right click on the class, the file name, and you will be able to see run as test-ng. Okay, and if it is not coming, just you have to update the Eclipse with test-ng plugin. Let me show you first of all. Listen here. Once you provide @test, wherever you provide @test, it becomes a test method. If you want to create a test method, you have to provide @test. It's an annotation. It's a class basically. What this will do is it will create an object for this class and run the method and gives you the report. Let me right click on the file, run as test-ng I need to do. When I do run as test-ng, it will try to run the code you see here. It run the code and print the statement what I entered here, system.out.println, total test run 1 and 1 pass. Okay, and one more advantage is after running it, first make sure whether you are able to run it or not. Check it. Right click on the file, run as test-ng. Are you getting it? Create. Okay, so I think you already added the plugin. So if it is not coming, you need to add the plugin. To add the plugin, like if it is not coming, okay, before you can make sure you can add the plugin. Make sure test-ng plugin for Eclipse. Lots of ways there. One is by going to the marketplace and you can add it. And the other one is make sure test-ng plugin for Eclipse is added. It's already there in your machine, so no need to do it. Those who are not having it, go to Eclipse marketplace and then you can search for test-ng. This is one way. There is another way. I'll give you the document for adding it. You have to download and you can configure it. This is one way. If you have an open network, no issues with an internet blockage and all, if you don't have it, you can check it in marketplace. It will be available. Okay, as of now it's there, so you should not do, no need to add it. If you're able to run it, then it's fine. test-ng for Eclipse. Okay. It's already there in our machine. It's installed, so no need to do it. If you're able to run, then no issues. If you're not able to run, then you need to add the plugin. Run the code and verify. Run the test and verify. Run the test and verify the detail. Okay, let's do that. You see, after running it, it will also give you the report. It will give you the console report like this. At the same time, HTML report will be given. You can right click on the project and do refresh. Just refresh the project. You will be able to see test output folder. Under test output folder, you should be able to see index.html emailable report, HTML report. Let me open that emailable report. You see, this is the test method in emailable report, and index.html report will have the complete detail. Okay, right now, total method ran in emailable report, total number of methods, what is the time taken to complete the method. Those details will be there. Whereas here, I'll tell you about this XML. You need to understand this. And here you can see methods detail here in the bottom result.
I'm getting no such method error while running the test.
Some configuration issues. Okay.
What is that run and debug?
That is latest Eclipse provide you the feature instead of right clicking on the file and running it. Instead of right clicking and running in this class, or instead of right clicking on the method and run as test.ng, we can click on this. Just it will run that method. It will run and then. Which Eclipse you use? Share me the screen. I think you are using a different version of Eclipse, so you will not get it. See, no such method or test.ng abstract method, which some jar is not getting downloaded. Try to update the project. Right click on the project. Orange HRM automation. Just right click on it. Maven. Update project. A force update. Check this force update and click on OK. Now try to run the code. Log. Listen. Org.test.ng. That is fine. Yes, SLF 4J. That's fine. Not an issue. Remote test. What is the version you added in pom.xml? I think the Eclipse version is not supporting. Just go to pom.xml. Give version as a 1 second. Just change the version to. When did you install Eclipse? Give the version as 7.0.0 in the pom.xml. In the pom. Yeah, 7.0.0. Yeah, save it.
I've clicked on 7.5 only.
No, that's fine. That's correct only. So Eclipse is an older version, so it may not support latest test engine. Save it. And now try to wait. Just complete. Try to run it. Same. Give 6.14.3 version 6.14.3. On 4.3. Save it. What Eclipse version you have? I think it's an older version. You can update the Eclipse. It supports an older version on this video.
I think it's 6 point something.
2018 time you have downloaded this Eclipse. You can try upgrading the Eclipse. Okay, it's Oxygen, right? 2018 time you use here build 2018. It's an older version of Eclipse. Okay, that will not support the latest version of test engine. And run debug option, you don't get it here. You have to run right click only. Okay, let me share my screen. I'll just tell you what you can do. Just let me share my screen. We're able to run it, right? So now it's okay, right? Feature and all, it is there in 6.14.3, but it's better to update the Eclipse. Just download this. I'll just share my screen. Put it in downloads and you can continue the session. It will take some break. It's already 11 o'clock. just put it in downloads. You can open the project with this Eclipse. Go to
Whenever I open Eclipse, I'm getting option to update in the right hand side.
Eclipse. I'm not sure whether which update it will be doing. You can do that also. Just to update that also. You can download this and keep it also. This will give you a folder like this, a zip folder. If you extract it, inside that you will get the latest Eclipse. Okay, not a separate installation. If you want to extract it,
Okay.
just put it in downloads. We'll see. In the latest version only, you will be getting this option, this run debug option. Okay. So we are able to run the test engine after understanding few concept of test engine. For example, if I want to run this method 4 times, I can just do all this attribute. In the class, we are passing the constructor argument. Okay, that's the logic here. Invocation count equal to 10. If I do, I've given invocation count equal to 10. If I do this and run this code, it will run this method 10 times. You see here, it will run the method 10 times, the same method. And reports will be generated based on that. You can open the test output report and you will have the report in a different format. Old format you will be getting, this format you will be getting report. As you see, test method run 10 times. Like this, we have lots of feature with test engine. We will be exploring it one by one. Once we explode it, we will start writing the test method. Parallelly, we will work with test engine also. So as of now, create one method and make sure you're able to run it. That should be fine. And this error is fine. That's because of recent log4j issue. You're not an issue. You can avoid this. That's something like failed and all. It's that is not an error. You can skip that. We'll discuss that after the break time. Those who are planning to do, try to set it up. Okay, and in case of any issues or if you want me to set up in your environment, let me know after the break. I'll do it immediately. And once you start VCR, we created one package now. Going further, we created one package. In that package, we'll write all the test cases. Okay, and there will be lots of classes, not one class. There will be lots of classes. And once that is done, we will be using inheritance concepts to get the feature from the parent class, the methods. We'll extend the feature and we'll create an object and we'll call these methods. So all the whoops concept, what we discussed, everything you will be able to see in the framework. Okay. Fine. So we'll take some break. We'll start by 11:20. If you have any doubts or any issues, let me know. Otherwise, we'll start by 11:20. Have some break. Fine then. And you guys can take some break. We'll start at 11:20. Shall we start? Yeah, let me know once you people are ready, and try to practice it. If you have any issues, let me know. Fine, we'll start the session. So as of now, what we did is we created a Maven project, and we added the test engine dependency. After adding test engine dependency, we added this annotation to the test method. Basically, any method you can create and add it as @test. And when you run it, it's a non-static method. To trigger this method, we have to create an object. So entire thing will be taken care by test engine. This annotation will take care of everything. So after going further, if you want to create any more tests, for example, you can see something like a text box should be present. Okay, and button should be present, or let me check for link should be available. Forgot your password link. Okay, these methods are there. Okay, icon for social media link, orange HRM version should be available. Some field I'll try to check. Okay, so form, let me check, like text box, button should be available, right? That form I'll try to check. For that, I'll create one method. Just I'm validating the title. Next, I'm trying to validate the public void. I'll create something like UI component test. Okay. So for example, here I'll just make sure I want to make this test method. Here I want to make sure text box is present. We rarely go for this UI component. We'll try to check for login functionality, invalid credential, valid credential only. But let's assume that I want to check for this text box should be present, button should be present. These things you want to automate and keep it. Okay. For that, all this you can dump it under one method. So I have to make this as test method. If I run this class, it will run only one test method right now. You see, there is only one test method. To make this as test method, we have to provide @test. Okay, again, we have to provide @test. And if you want to print any statement, you can print it. Validate UI. Now let me run the script. If I run the script, I can run all I can do this option, or I can right click on the file, run as test ng test. It will run all the test method. There are two test methods right now, both are passed. Index.html report will be there. You can double click on it, it will open the report. Two test methods, both are passed, just printing the statement. Understood how to create the test method in the class? Okay. Now, we added this pom.xml. Just understand a bit more on Maven project. We added this pom.xml, this group ID, this dependency we added, group ID, artifact ID, version. Now, once you add all these dependency, right, it will download the jar, and it will keep the jar in your local machine only. If you see here in your project, you can see a section called Maven dependencies. When you expand it, you will see the jar. We added one dependency only. We added only test engine. We added only we added only testng here. If you notice, testng is some version we added. Along with that, there will be some dependent jar. We added this testng jar. Along with that, some dependent jar will be there. You can see in the bottom. And those dependent jar will also be automatically gets downloaded here. You can see here. Testng only we added. So these are all some dependent jar which automatically got downloaded. If you are doing it manually, downloading the jar and adding, you have to add it one by one. It will be quite difficult also to identify. So Maven will take care of that. And you see that it all downloaded under C drive, users, the current username. Let me go to the directory and show you. C drive, users, current username, the name which I use for login into the machine. And inside that you see .m2 folder. Inside .m2 folder, you can see repository folder. Now inside repository, to identify your jar, you can check it here. The directory itself is given, or you see here, group ID is org.testng, org, and inside that testng, inside that testng folder, that's basically a artifact ID. Now inside the artifact ID, different versions. Right now I'm using 7.4. You can check 1.6.14.3. 7.5. Inside 7.5, you can see the jar. And also the document file Java doc is there, which will also be added. So it will give you a proper definition for the test methods, what we call Java document will be added in Eclipse directly. So all will be taken care by Maven. Suppose when you are facing lots of issue, you did save and you update the force update you did, then also if it is not getting downloaded, you go to this directory and see the size of the jar. If it is 0 KB or anything, it means it's not allowed to download. For that, you have to set up from proxies and all that. At the end of the Maven project, I'll tell you about those things. Right now, it should be available for you since you're able to run it. Okay, understood the structure, what's happening. So if I add 3 more dependency, automatically it gets downloaded and configured to the project. And if I share this project to you, you just want to import the project and save it or update it, automatically the jars will be configured. Okay, that is the logic of this particular Maven project. Okay, Maven dependency. In that we are adding testng and we are working on it. Understood? Fine. Now I want
Balaji,
yeah.
I have downloaded that Eclipse updated version. How to install it?
No need to install, just extract it. Share my screen. Yeah, you can go to any other folder. Again, it's downloading. You can stop that. It's already there. Just go to the downloads. You can move to some other folder if you want. D drive or C drive, anywhere you can move. Just do Control C. It should be copying. So after that, extract it. Right click on it. No, come out. No, you have to come. Go to E drive. It's a compressed file. Just right click on it. Extract all you. Extract. Let it be same directory. Yeah. extracted. Now inside this Eclipse folder, you will have the Eclipse. I'll tell you what you need to do. You close the other Eclipse. You can close it. Or just click on Eclipse, open it, double click on it. Now it will ask for workspace. You can map the workspace which you already created.
What about older version?
It will get updated. I'll tell you. Now it will ask you whether you want to update the uc.metadata folder, no, under the workspace. Just click on browse. No, click on browse. Where is your project? I think this is the project. E drive, Sanket, and then Java. Yeah, click on select folder. No, that's it. You can click on the folder. Workspace level is what you need to choose. Workspace, you choose it. Yeah, click on select folder. Launch it. Now it will wait. You can see here. It will ask whether you want to update the metadata. You can click on continue. It will update the existing metadata. Hereafter, going forward, you can use this Eclipse to open. Now TestNG, you will not be able to run it right now. Let it get loaded. Now try to right click on the Eclipse and see whether you are able to run the TestNG. No, it's not there, right? Okay, go to help in the option help, Eclipse marketplace. Yeah. Search for TestNG. Enter. Install. Accept all the license if it is asking. If it asks. And if any warning, you try to proceed with install anyway. Once the installation is done, it will ask you to restart the Eclipse automatically. Then you will be getting the TestNG feature. Only once you need to add it to the Eclipse. The Eclipse in eDrive, you can create a shortcut and keep it in the desktop if you want. Yeah, click on confirm. accept the terms. Finish. You can see in the right bottom right hand side, it will download. Okay, after downloading, some warning and all it will give you. Just accept ignore warning or something it will ask, or trust certification something it will ask. Just provide trust, it should work. It's almost done. Accept. Select all and trust it. Now there will be one pop-up like restart now. Click on it. Restart now. Go to pom.xml and update the version. Allow access. Now you go to pom.xml in the orange HRM. Expand the project. Pom.xml. Change the version to 7.5. Save it. Now go to class file and see. Close it and open. Yeah, close this. Do force update. Sometimes you will get this error since we modified a lot of things. Just do force update. Right click on the project and do force update. It should be working. Maven update project and do the force update here. Now you check the class. Okay. That error is fine. That SLJ error is fine. Now you can see your test method got successfully executed. Got it? Let me share my screen again. Now listen here. For Eclipse, you have different versions. Right now, the one which you downloaded is a basic one, Eclipse IDE for Java developer. For example, if you are planning to develop the application, Eclipse application, Java application, if you're planning to develop, then you can go for this Eclipse IDE for Enterprise Edition or this package, different packages will be there. For us, the basic package is enough. This will give you the complete package itself. It will set up and give you. Whereas this one, if you download, you have to install the package one by one. This one would be better for in our purpose. Just download extract. You can create a shortcut like this. Just go over here. If you want to create a shortcut and use it, use it. Otherwise, just go to the drive and use it. Anything is fine. Just go to the drive and use it, or just copy and then create shortcut. You can do it over here. Paste shortcut. Yeah, and then give the name as Eclipse. That's what happening in the real time when you install it. Fine. Now we are able to run the code. Now we will try to do some validation. So in order to get the title of the page, here we are planning to validate the title. Okay, you see here the document expected value. A title should be open EMR. We have to validate this. We'll complete the automation, Selenium automation. So listen here. A simple automation is what we are planning to do. Whenever I run this method, it should launch the browser, navigate to the URL and check the title. If the title is anything wrong, I have to report the development team. Okay. If anything is wrong with the title, we have to report it. Is the bug. Now, to validate that, I need to get the title for the browser launches required. To launch the browser, listen here, I have to create an object for WebDriver wait. I have to create an object for, Chrome driver or Firefox driver, something like that I need to do. Now, if you see here, I'm just creating an object and I'm going to try to import it. You see import option is not coming. How to get the import option? Why it's not coming right now?
Annotation.
Yeah, no. Annotation for test engine to make this as test method. For writing the Selenium code, what is required?
Oh, Selenium directory.
Yeah, Selenium jar is required, right? I'm writing something like webdriver.chrome.driver. Okay, and webdriver driver equal to new Chrome driver. I have to import it. In the previous classes and all, in Selenium concept and all, we were able to import it because we download the jar here. If I try to write this new Chrome driver and all, it will give you the option of import. When I hover on it, it will give you the option of import where we try to import. The import basically comes from the jar we added it, right? So to get the Selenium code, what we need to do here in Maven project, the import options, I need to get this access of this code, Selenium's WebDriver source code. To get that, we have to again testng jar is coming, so import is coming for testng, no issues. To write the Selenium code, you have to get the Selenium related detail. Okay, for that you have to go to pom.xml and you have to add the dependency for Selenium also. Understood? Selenium, whereas here what we did is we added testng. Here, add the Selenium dependency. Just listen here. I have to go to this MVN repository and check for Selenium. And you can see Selenium Java option. Just choose that. 4.1.3 is the version which we are using. You see, this is also dependency tag. You have to copy it. Go over here. Already there is a dependency. Below that, you can paste it. Any order is fine, but it should come inside the dependencies. And after pasting it, save all you do. It will try to download the file. The jars it will try to download and add it to the project. You see here under Maven dependencies, lots of jar got downloaded. All the dependent jar will also be downloaded. Now I can check for import option. Close it and open the file. You should be getting the import option. See here, import. Understood? Whatever the code you are
We
going
have
to
to download Selenium Java, right?
yeah, you need to add the dependency of Selenium Java. Just search for Selenium, you will be getting more Selenium detail. To check and to know which one we are working on, you can see more downloads. Mostly the one which you are using is famous. Okay, so more downloads you check. Selenium Java is the name. Click on it. 4.1.3 is the version. released in last month only. Copy the dependency, go to pom.xml, paste it properly, and then save all you do. Done. So these are the steps we did. We created Maven project.
It's stuck on 50%. It's getting down.
Come again? Yeah, any issues?
It's stuck on 50% only.
It will take some time. No issues. Just wait for some time. It will download it. If it is not downloading, you can do force update. It should be reconfigured. Okay. So right now we created a Maven project. Then we added two dependency, testng, Selenium. We'll be adding one more dependency. I'll tell you about the dependency also. After adding those three dependency, we can start writing the Selenium code. Right now, Selenium code you will be able to write. This code will try to launch the browser. Then I'll maximize, set the implicit weight. After setting the implicit weight, I'll try to get the title and verify the title. Still it's downloading or it's done?
Yeah, it's moved further, but it's downloading only.
Okay.
Okay, done. It's done.
Fine. Yeah. So now you can listen. We were able to write the code. Just listen to my screen. Once I finish, you try to add that one more dependency also. Listen here. Let me try to run this method. If I run this method, it will write, it should be launching the browser. But right now, you see, we are getting this error. So in Selenium, initially we got this error. How did we fix this error? Illegal state exception, the path to the driver executable must be set by the webdriver.chrome.driver.
Providing key
Yeah, so we
and
provided
path.
the driver detail, correct? Yeah, key value we did it using system.set property. We did this concept. System.set property, we have to give the driver detail, which driver should be used, because Selenium WebDriver concept itself depends on the driver. Whenever you run the Selenium WebDriver script, we'll try to recollect everything what we learned earlier. So whenever we run the Selenium script, it will try to connect to the driver, and driver will cut to reach the browser. Okay, driver is the mediator. Basically, we have to give the driver detail. Go and pick the driver from C drive, D drive, that detail based on the key. You will have the key using system.set property. You can do that. During the runtime, it will use the key and identify the driver detail and try to use it. Every time you need to download it and configure it. Okay, right now we have a dependency which will automatically download the drivers. For every browsers, it will automatically download the driver. Initially, I tried to open the Edge browser and all. For that, we downloaded Edge driver. So similarly, every time what we did is we go to the browser, we check the version of the browser. Then after checking the version of the browser, we search for that Chrome driver exe and the Selenium dev downloads. Based on the browser I do, I'll be searching for the driver. For Chrome, this documentation. For Edge, this documentation. And then we find the version and we download it, extracted it, and we give the path of the driver. A lot of effort is there over here to set up the driver. Instead of that, you can use a dependency called WebDriver Manager. WebDriver Manager. I'll give the link, WebDriver Manager. What this will try to do is this will automatically download the jar and configure. Let me give you this link. Just go to this link, you will be able to see the. If this is not supporting, then you have to go back to the previous one, set property. I've just given the link right now. Add Selenium jar dependency and WebDriver Manager. Selenium and WebDriver Manager. Dependencies. Let's go to that WebDriver Manager and then download the dependency detail. And then I'll go to this 5.1.0, copy the dependency, and then go to the script pom.xml. You can paste this dependency also. After pasting it, save all you do. Save all. Once it is configured, that should be fine. As of now, 3 dependency we added. One is for TestNG, the other one is for Selenium, the other one is for WebDriver Manager, the driver detail. If I remove any of these things, or if any of these things is not available in our machine, our code will throw error. For example, I remove TestNG. Now my TestNG code will start throwing error. You see, TestNG started throwing error because I removed it. So you have to be careful. Whenever you get an error, first make sure the dependency is available. Then if still the error is showing, then you try to do a force update. Mostly it will fix the problem. Now if I run the program, still it will throw error only. We have to write a code before launching the browser. You have to write one step of code. Right now it will ask for same driver issues will be thrown. After adding the dependency, you go over here and add WebDriver Manager. Use auto suggestion, WebDriver Manager. Just give control space while typing. You give control space, then auto suggestion will come into picture. WebDriver Manager dot Chrome driver. Right now we are using Chrome, Firefox driver, Edge driver, and Safari driver. Different driver will be there. Right now, Chrome driver dot setup. What this will try to do is this will try to set up the driver, Chrome driver.exe, based on the platform we work, based on the platform basically we run, and current browser version. Everything will be checked here. During the runtime, this will take care of it. WebDriver Manager will take care of it. Check the browser driver browser version. Based on that, it will go to the driver, download and configure. If I run this program, first time it will first time if you're running, it takes some time to download and configure. But further running and all, it will launch the browser quickly. You see here. For me, it's launching bit fast. In your case, it will take some time. Just add these two codes, which will try to take care of the driver. Then we have to do maximize, set the implicit weight, and we'll try to validate the title. A simple test case is what we are trying to create. Validating the title, we'll do that. Just make sure you're able to launch the browser, complete this code and see. When it comes to framework, structure is important, configuration is important. It should be supporting in different environments. That's how we have to design. Just check this.
No, I'm not getting option to import it.
Share me the screen. A web driver, actually a D should be in uppercase. You see it's telling you to change web driver, D should be in uppercase, right? Now you should get the import option. Just fix the above problem. Do control space. Just click here and do control space. It automatically fix it. Just click there and give control space. Chrome driver D should be in upper. Give control space. Click in Chrome driver and give control space. Or delete it and write it again. Remove semicolon and do it. Now give control space. My auto suggestion is not coming. Right click on the project. Go to properties. Java compiler. Uncheck that. Enable project specific settings. Uncheck. First one. Sorry, you check it. And below one, you uncheck it. Use compiler for execution environment. The second checkbox, uncheck it. Now in the drop down, choose 1.8. A plain close. Yes. No check for auto suggestion. Give me control on that. What is the JDK version you have? Code is working fine, but auto suggestion is not coming. What about previous Eclipse? Were you able to get the auto suggestion?
Yes, auto suggestion was coming that time.
Let me in the JDK version and see. change the JDK version right now. Maven project will be using the 1.5. We can, I'll just change it, change the library. Install JRE. It has 1.8 something coming from C drive.
आणि म्यूट नाही बरं का त्यांना.
No, it was not sure why it got this. You right now, no, it should not happen actually. You go to window and preference. Under that, in case in future if you get it under editor, there will be an option like content assistant.
Okay.
Under that advanced, make sure this is checked, Java proposal.
Okay.
It was unchecked actually. It should not happen. Not sure why it happened. Now you are getting the option. WebDriver manager. Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Let me share my screen. Let me release the control. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So we have done the configuration here and there. To get the flow, what you need to do is you have to create a Maven project. And once you create a Maven project, you will come to know what are the dependencies required. First, you have to add all the dependencies like Selenium, TestNG, and then the dependencies like WebDriver Manager. Those things we will try to add it, whatever is required. Once those are all added, then we can start writing the code by creating the packages. That is what we have done. So we have created a test method and we added the imported the package and started writing the code. Okay, so after that you will be getting the auto suggestion. You can follow the same thing like what we did it in Selenium, same thing. Launch the browser. In case if you want to launch a Edge browser, the change what I need to do over here is Edge driver I need to change. After changing into Edge driver, still it will throw the same error. Edge I need to import it and try to do control space. It should give you the suggestion. Choose from here, it will automatically import. If I run, still it will throw that Edge browser, the driver you need to set. It will ask you to set the key webdriver.extra driver. So what you can do is use the webdriver manager dot Edge driver dot setup. See what this method will do basically is this particular method, what it does is it will try to download the driver. This method will try to download the driver. After downloading the driver, it will try to set up the driver. All the drivers, you can see it in seat. I'll tell you the directory where it gets downloaded. Right now you see automatically based on the browser version, platform, everything, it got downloaded. And right, the automation will be triggered in the Edge browser. Through the driver, we need to configure. You can see Edge browser. That's it. Not doing any other activity. So just launching the browser. Just done. Now, coming to this next step. After launching the browser and all, you can just, if you want to launch Firefox driver, just create an object of Firefox driver and set up the driver. Make sure you have the detail. We'll add that condition later. So I need to maximize it. Driver.manage.window.maximize. Those script and all, it's going to be same. Let me set the implicit weight also. Manage.implicit weight, which will ask for duration. Okay.
Balaji, what is Gecko driver?
That is what used for Firefox driver. Firefox driver, we call it as Gecko driver. See, for example, do you have Firefox in your machine? See here, I will be creating a object of Firefox driver. So when I create an object for Firefox driver, main method. So right now it will throw error, right? What we do in the previous scenario, we'll use this key, correct? Webdriver.gecko.driver. That's the key. I have to copy the key. In the previous scenario, we use the system.setProperty view. Set property, not properties. Static method, set property is this. So I need to give value for Firefox. I don't have Firefox browser. It will throw error only in you. But if first it will check for the driver. The issue is thrown for the driver. Driver is not there. Now we have to give the driver detail for Firefox. Based on the Firefox version, you need to download under selenium.dev. Go to downloads. If you see, there will be a browser for Firefox. Browser Firefox I need to choose. And I have to go over here. You have to check the Firefox version. Firefox version, it will be 99 or 90, 100, any version it will be there. You can just make sure what is the version. From 78, you have to use this Gecko driver. For Chrome driver, Microsoft Edge, there is MS Edge driver. For Firefox, we use this Gecko driver. Gecko is the language what we used for developing the Firefox. So the driver name is Gecko driver. So this is the version I need to download. Okay, I'll go over here, and you can see asset section will be there, driver. Based on the platform, you need to click on this. After clicking on it, like if you are planning to use system.set property, this is my Gecko driver. I have to extract it. Let me extract it here, and you see Gecko.driver. Gecko.driver. This is the detail you need to give. Okay.
Understood.
Gecko driver, and it will launch. Basically, instead of like it's not Firefox driver, we call it as Gecko driver. But when it comes to this scenario, we will be creating the object of Firefox driver. To set up the Gecko driver, you will be using Firefox. If they have given the method as Gecko driver, it will be much more sense. Given it as Firefox driver. Okay, that is the thing. When you do this, it will try to download. If I run this, it will try to download Gecko driver only. It will try to download the Gecko driver, which I already downloaded, right? It will send the detail to Gecko driver. Gecko driver will try to connect to the browser. You see here, it is trying to connect the Gecko driver only. But the problem here is browser is not there. After connecting to Gecko driver tries to search for browser, which is not there actually. That's the error, right? Understood? Browser, if I install, it should work. Right?
Yes.
You see here, when you add these statement webdriver.chrome.driver, webdriver.firefox driver, it downloads the drivers under this folder. Okay, WebDriver manager is a concept. WebDriver manager automatically downloads the driver e.txt file, and it will download under this directory. Let me show you. Under this directory, you have to just use this webdriver.gecko.driver and webdriver. These details you can give it over here. Once you give this, it automatically downloads the driver. Understood? Fine. You don't want to check the downloads and all. Just understand it will automatically, this method will try to check your browser version, browser platform where you're running all these things, and it will download it and keep it in this folder. This folder is already added to path variable, so it will be taking from the driver from this particular path. You see Gecko driver I added today only, and you can see the date here, 4/2 today, 12/20. It download the Gecko driver. Okay, anyhow, I don't have the browser right now, so it just downloaded and kept the latest version. And if you given the browser detail, it will properly download the drivers. Okay, all will be taken care by WebDriver manager. You don't want to worry about it right now. Okay, next step. We will try to launch the browser, maximize the browser, maximize. I will start with automation step. maximize it. First of all, full screen is there. If you want to do, you can do. Mostly we'll try to test it in maximize. Set the implicit weight, timeout implicit weight. It will you can see two method with the same name. One class, two method with same name. It's a concept of method overloading. And the second one is going to be removed from the market. If you use this, you'll be able to see some underline here. If I use this method, this is the old method. If you Google it and check it, you'll be getting this method actually, something like this. And if I use this method, it will give you a strike basically, which means it will be removed from the market soon. From the next jar and all, this code will not be there. So they have upgraded it to use duration object you need to give. Object of duration you need to give. For that, you can call some static method inside duration class, which will send the duration object from of second. I'm going to give it as 20, 20 second. I'll give it as of now. Created the implicit weight. Once that is done, I have to navigate to the URL. So driver dot. Okay. To navigate to the URL, you can use driver dot get, and you can use the URL. So URL of this application. Just take the URL from the chat window. These steps are already we discussed the Selenium code only. Let's move on slowly from this point. All the setups is clear for you. Maven, what are the problem you? What are the setup you need to do? All these are clear for you. Okay. And if you move this project, just one thing you need to do. Just you can just run the project directly from command line after moving this project. No need to. If Linux machine and all, if you want to run, you don't want to sit and download the driver. You don't want to sit and configure the project path, all these things. Just move this project, make a copy of the project in that machine, and use Maven command to trigger it. Automatically, everything will be set up in the Linux machine, Mac machine, and it will start working on it. That is the advantage of Maven project, build management tool. If I want to generate a jar and all, it's going to be simple. We'll do that. I need to navigate to the URL. This method, what it does is lower camel case you should use. First word will be lowercase, following word, first letter should be in uppercase. Okay, once that is done, you can run the script. When you run the script, it will navigate to the URL. My duty is to check the title of the page. You go to the testing document and you will have the steps navigate to the URL, which is done. Title should be OpenEMR. Understand this? Title should be OpenEMR. So first thing is I need to get the title. How to get the title? Driver dot get title. Okay. And this initial days we have done, like when we start with Selenium, getting, did we do that? We'll check on those things and all. Somewhere here I think we have done it. We'll try to do this now. Okay. Driver dot get title. Get methods will be there, which I told you here. In Selenium, lots of get method. You will understand all the get methods in the framework itself. Get text, get attribute, get title. Get title will be there. Okay. And get current URL. Get title will give you the title. Get current URL. All these are methods. Get current URL. Get page source. These will be used for validating the page. Get title will give you the title. Get title will give you the title. I'm going to get the title as a string. Okay, just listen. I'll store the title here. String title equal to. Let me try to debug the script here. The breakpoint here, and I'll run it in a debug mode. It will set up the driver. After setting up the driver, it will launch the browser. Okay. After launching the browser, maximizing it. Now, maximizing implicit weight, and then navigate to the URL. And it will wait for the page load. You see the debug. It is waiting for the page load to complete. Once the page load is done, it will go for the next step, where I'm trying to get the title of the page. Driver.title will give you the title. The title here is orange HRM. The title over here is orange HRM. Okay, and see here, we are getting the title. We have to validate it. Our duty is to validate it. You can see here, title should be. For that, what you can do is you can just do the in a single statement. All these things you can do it in a single statement. There is a concept called assertion. Assert. Assert comes from testng. This assert class is coming from testng, and this assert class is having lots of method. Okay, lots of static method. Assert equals. Okay, assert equals. Assert true. Lot of static method is there, and you see a method, same method name assert equals accepting boolean, assert equals accepting byte, assert equals accepting character, double. Same method name. What concept is this in Java? This is also an
Method overloading.
yeah, overloading concept. So like this, you can try to go through the oops concept also, whatever we discussed. Now what I'm going to use is I'm going to use a assert equals string comma string. Somewhere it will be there. Okay, and just make a note on two things. Whenever you do this assertion, I'll explain about this assertion. Every test method should have the assertion. In while doing the automation regression, every test method in a sense, at the rate test should have minimum one assertion. Assertion decides whether the test method is passed or failed. Okay, assertion decides whether the test method is passed or failed. While doing assert equals, ask for actual and expected. Actual during the runtime you will be getting. Actual value you will be getting during the runtime. Expected value you have to hard code it. You have to take it from the document here. The expected values, which application we did basically. This is Orange HRM, right? Orange HRM. The title should be Orange HRM. The title should be Orange HRM. That's the accepted value. So you can do assert equals and you can give title here, comma, Orange HRM. But no need to store it. Just follow this Orange HRM. That's the title we are expecting. And during the runtime, it will get the title from the application and then it will compare with this text. This sensitive comparison it will do actual value, comma, expected value. You can see actual, comma, expected, both are string. Now, if case sensitive comparison it will do, if both are matching, it will go for next step. And next step, that's it, method is done. So the method will be marked as pass. If both are not matching, it will abort the execution and make the method failure with the error. And no need to store it and send it. You can directly actually do something like this assert equals, because for doing one operation you don't want to store directly. You can do the assert.get title. Assert.get title will give you the string. This method will ask for a string. We are just passing the string directly. Assert.get title instead of storing it and sending. Now during the runtime, you see here during the runtime, let me put a breakpoint here, remove all these things. During the runtime, it will compare both the value. It will compare both the value. Now, if that is matching, then test method will be passed. Okay. No message in the report. Right now, you see test method will be passed. That's it. To check the report, open the project, test output, index.html report. You will see the report like method is passed. That's it. Now, if I try to give wrong name, for example, let me try to navigate to some other URL, google.com. Now you see here, title is not going to match right now. It will come over here. Let me click on resume. You see the method got failed. Console method is failure. One run, one failure. And if you see the failure message in the console, assertion error, expected orange HRM, but found Google. You have to give this properly. If you give it interchange, it will work, but the message will be wrong. Right now, it's correct message. Expected orange HRM, but found Google. Google.com and title is Google. Title is Google, so it's not going to match. So it will be a failure. Okay, in the report also, you'll have the complete report about that error message, everything. So assertion is important. So whenever you create the test method, assertion is important. Lots of assertion is there. We'll do it one by one. Right now, this method actually tests the title only. Simple method I want to explain so that I added this. Create this quickly. Just create it and run it. Assertion is right. After doing the activity, you have to do the assertion. Try this. Then after finishing this, we'll try to create one more test method. And then by seeing both the test method, you can see some repetition of code will be there. Based on that, we'll try to move to try to create a reusable code. Yeah, done with this.
That accept method is case sensitive or
You come again.
assert method is case sensitive, right?
Java itself is case sensitive. No? All the methods are case sensitive. Like which one? This comparison you are telling or method name?
Comparison.
Yeah, it's case sensitive comparison. Even for example, HRM, I'll give it in lowercase. You see, only H I'll give it in lowercase. It will throw error. It will do a case exact should be matching. Case sensitive comparison. Right now it will be failure because expected value will give just a minute. Here I'm trying to give h in lowercase, expected value h in lowercase and run it. Now the method will be failure. It will make the test method failure. Assertion will decide whether your test method is passed or failed. So you have to, for sure, you have to do that validation. Okay, based on the expected result. Now you see the method will be failure and expected is this and actual is actually HRM. Okay, you have to give properly. It's case sensitive. Okay, case sensitive comparison. Now done with this method, working fine, right? Create as I told you, no. So we will be having different packages. We'll move this to a parent class. This step we'll try to move to parent class, and we'll try to inherit and use this code. Okay, and browser close code also we'll try to inherit and use it. We don't repeat it in all the places. Now let next method will create one more method. Okay. See, all these we have to sit and do one by one. So I'll just give few things in this. One text box, I'll check whether text box is displayed or not. You have to sit and write all the text box, whether it's available or not. We'll do that one by one. And button for login, text box should be displayed, login should be displayed. Okay, those things and all you need to test it. And below that, there is some text here. There is a text called Orange HRM 4.9. I want to make sure whether this is shown or not. 4.9. Okay, that version is shown properly or not. Now it's 4.9. And then a link and all it's there, whether the links are displayed or not. Those things we need to check. Okay. For that, what you need to do is first you have to create the method and we'll do step by step. First, we'll make sure the form is displayed properly or not. Text box and button, we'll try to check whether it's there or not. Okay. Let me try to create a method, public void. Let me keep it as UI component. All this we can keep it in single test method itself, UI component test. Now, to make this as a test method, I have to just provide at the rate test. Okay. Now, after providing at the rate test, this method also need browser launch act, maximize set the implicit weight, navigate to the URL. You need the exact code. You need this exact code over here, right? And after writing this code, we will be trying to check whether the text box is displayed or not. This text box is present or not, and this particular passport text box is present or not. This button is present or not. That we will try to check it. So through the code only we'll check that. We have to write those things. There is a method called is displayed. Okay, we can check with that particular method whether it is displayed or not. If it is not there, it will throw error immediately. Let me try to write it for this. You can use this script. XPath you can write, or ID you can use, name you can use. Just make sure that element is available. So you see, I'll write the XPath for this. That I mean, I'll write the XPath. So let me use input tag so that it will filter for the input tag. Input tag. Mostly UI component, we rarely write it. For overall functionality is what we write. This is also possible. You can do that. Type equal to or ID equal to this particular element. But we are assuming this particular element contributes to text box. Okay. Making sure whether this element is displayed or not. Once they develop and give it to you, they will not keep on changing the code, right? So this element, we will check it. So first I have to find the element. Driver dot find element. You can use by.id, by.xpath, whatever it is, you can use it. By.xpath. Now, if I want to type, I can give dot send keys. If you want to click dot click, you can do. Similarly, you have lots of methods here. You see here methods here, lots of method is there. There is a method called is displayed. What is the return type here? Return type after colon, you will see the return type. Return type is Boolean. It will give you either true or false. Okay, Boolean. Yeah, it will give you either true or false. Let me try to this method is displayed. Like this few method is there which you can use it. You have to store it. It's a Boolean output. Let me store it for the timing. Actual value. I'll keep it actual value. And I will not store it. I'll do it in a single line. Let me debug this method and show you. It will launch the browser. And you see true or false, it will tell you. Actual value true. True means the element is present. Okay, so it's okay. It's available. Understood? Now let me store it first of all. Is displayed. This is basically username. I'm just giving username. Textbox. Username text box, and then let me try to declare two more. Password text box, password text box, and then button text box. If anything is sorry, login button. Okay, just for understanding. Button for login. You see, you have to, you can check for type equal to submit, a type equal to text. Okay, those things also you can check. Right now I'm just making sure that element is displayed or not. Okay. Let's do that later. So right now I'm going to check for this particular ID is button BTN login is displayed or not. So right now this will give you true or false. This it will give you true or false. Now we have to do assertion, a new assertion we need to do. I have to do something like this, right? Assert dot assert equals actual value username text box. What we are expecting? We are expecting true, right? Something like this. This should be true. If it is true, then it's okay. It is displayed. One more assertion I need to do. Right? Is it clear for you? This assertion that equals. We are expecting this should be true. We are expecting this should be true. Clear for you till this? Assert equals compass. Assert equal what it does is it will compare username text box and then expected value. Both are true, then it's pass. Otherwise, it will be failure. Right now, it's using boolean. Understood this one? This part. Now, instead of using assert equals, let me tell you, you can use the assert true. If we don't use assert equals, here we are comparing, right? So direct method is there. You have a direct method, but assert true. Assert true is there. Assert true, you can see here. Assert true, boolean condition. Assert true, you can see. Assert true. Here you can give a username text box. The duty of this method is to assert true. It should be true. The boolean condition should be true here. You can just do assert true directly. Instead of giving dot equals comma true and all, you can just do assert true. Assert true means it should be true. Assert true means it should be true. That's it. These two assertion is what we widely use it. One is dot equals and other one is assert true. Is sensitive comparison. That is this one, the first one. Second one, what it does is should be true. If it is false, the statement should be true. If it is false, it will be a failure. Understood? Just make a note of it. Okay. Now, if you can try to run all. Every time it will launch a new browser and it will try to check for the title, and then right now after that we are checking for the text box and the basic activities what we are doing. Okay. Just understand framework flow. Then you can bring up the complex scenarios like adding an employee detail and adding an info system, an info detail, those complex scenario and all, you can easily add it if you understand the structure. Okay, done. So both the browser we need to close actually. Both the browser, all the browsers you see, it's still run open. Okay, after completing it, still open. We have to close it. To close it, what is the script?
Quit.
Driver dot, yeah,
Quit.
driver dot quit is what we have to use. Now, okay, so try to complete driver dot quit here. Just put it here. But if you see, there are lots of repetition of code. Those repetitions and all, we need to reduce it. Okay. For example, there is a change in URL. How many places we have to change? You will be getting a different URL to test it. A dev URL. Okay. Sometimes you will be getting QA environment URL, or you want to run it in production. Right now, how many places we have to change the URL?
2 places.
2 places. And even for browser control also, we have to change it in all the places. If you see, we have repeated the code. This code, we are repeating it. So we should not repeat it. We have to reuse the script basically. Going further, we will be working on few more annotations. We will be working on an annotations called lots of annotation is there. Okay, we will be working on an annotation called @before method and something called @after method. We'll discuss this after the lunch. This you can complete it and keep it. Before method, after method, which basically runs for each and every test method. If you have two test methods for each and every test method, this before method, after method runs. So what we do is we'll just put the browser launch activity under before method and browser close activity under after method. So which will take care of browser launch and close. That script we'll do inside this class. Then we will try to create one more class and we'll try to use a browser launch. For that, we'll be using inheritance controls. We'll move that step by step. After the lunch, we can continue that topic. If I start, it will take another 30 minutes to complete. So we'll start after the lunch. Let me know if you have any doubts. All good? Okay, yeah. So we'll start at complete these two methods. Try to connect to GitHub. Try to connect to GitHub and keep it. If you're not sure, we'll do it after the lunch. GitHub connect and we'll try to track it. Okay. We'll do that after the lunch. We'll start by 2 p.m. IST. We'll start. Shall we start?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So let it be these two methods we have created. So we have to create methods for validating the, yeah. So we have to create a method for validating these links and all. For example, whether the link text is present properly or not. and whether the link is working properly or not. Those functionalities are we need to check actually. So right now, this particular class contributes to check the UI functionalities. So for example, text box is present or not, and then we will check whether this link is present or not. All these things we can add it inside the same script. Okay, we can check whether the displayed driver.find element by dot partial link text, and you can give that partial link text. For example, forgot. Okay, that should be present. Dot is displayed or not. So you can store this and you can do all these activity inside this. Okay, boolean link forgot password link. Whether it is displayed or not, we can do the assertion and we can test it. Okay. So those assertion and all, if you want, we can keep on adding into the script. Assert true condition forgot password. Now, once it is successful, then it will close the browser. Remaining things we can add this later. The other things and all, getting the text, validating the text and all. Text, I'll tell you how to validate the text. We have seen how to validate the elements present or not. Then in the bottom, you can see there is a text. Just listen here. In bottom, you see there is a text. Orange HRM 4.9 is there. I want to make sure whether this is displayed properly or not. Okay, Orange HRM 4.9 is displayed properly or not. Or I want to check whether this text is displayed properly or not. To do that, what you can do basically is, let me inspect it first of all. I'll do for this Orange HRM 4.9. Okay. Just understand the validation methods. Let me inspect this. It comes under a div tag. You can see here. There are lots of unwanted spaces there. Under div tag, it has the record here, all these record, and there is a link Orange HRM, all right reserved. So let's make sure whether this text is available or not. First, in order to get the text, in order to get this text, okay. For example, forgot your password. This text should be displayed properly. So this should be the text. I should see it in the portal. Forgot your password. That text should be properly given. Okay, with the link, partial link text should be displayed. That link should be displayed, but the text should be matching with this. There should not be any spelling mistake, right? To do that, what we do basically is we have to find the element first. Any locator you do, you find the element. Okay. After you find the element, you will have the control of this element. You will have the control of this element where you have a tag name A, attribute href is there, and there is a text. If you want to get the text, whatever the text displayed in the UI, if you want to get that particular text, these are all text displayed in the UI. These text and login panel text, username, password, this text. To get this text from the application, you have to find that element. I already found that element, selling dot. Get text will be there. If you don't get tag name, it will give you the tag name. Tag name, it will give you as a string. The tag name for this element is, you are pointing to this element by dot partial text forgot. The tag name here is A. It will give you the tag name A. And if you see get attribute, there is a method called get attribute. Let me add those methods quickly. This get methods, get text, get attribute. We use it for validation. Get text, get attribute. Just understand how to use that. Get text I'll do. Get text will give you the inner text. Get tag name and all, if you want, you can add it. Get tag name, you can see it will give you the tag name. Get text, if there is inner text, it will give you, for example, this element is having the text. Forgot your password is the text. Whereas this text box, do we have any text here in between the tag name? For input box, there is no text. Okay, displayed here. And here these are all text. In between the tag name, you see the black color, right? So those are all text. To get that element from the screen, for example, let's take this application. You see this build multi-channel e-commerce site, Magento is now Adobe. So these text, Adobe Experience Cloud, Explorer, Adobe Commerce. These are all text. Okay, to get these text, what you need to do is first you need to identify that element. To get this text, first you need to identify that element. Then you can write an export for this paragraph tag. P contains some part of a text you can do. After hiding the export or after finding that element, you just do get text. If there is a text, it will give you the text. Whatever the text I'm going to give, it's basically a link text. Actual link text. If you want to store, you can store it. Actual link text. Okay. For the forgot your password, that is the text. Let me try to put a breakpoint here and I'll show you this method in a debug mode. Just understand how to use get text as well. Now, while trying to do a valid credential, invalid credential, we use any one of this and do the validation after doing the operation on the application. Finally, we'll try to do these validation. To wait for the page load to happen. Once the page load is done, you can see here, it checks for that element, whether it's present or not. If it is present, it is displayed, means it will be true right now. True. Okay. True or false, it will be given over here. So I'll just get that detail and then actual link text. I'll go to this partial link text and do get text. Understand the difference here. We do find element dot click dot send keys dot clear, those things we have tried. Dot displayed will tell you whether it is displayed or not. Dot get text will give you the inner text. Understood? Is it clear for you? What is get text? Now, after getting the text, some validation you need to do. So at the end, you can do that validation. Assert dot assert equals an actual value, actual link text. What I'm expecting there is it should be exactly matching with text. If it is matching, this method should be passed. During the runtime, it will go to the web page, check for that particular link, whether displayed or not, it will check. After displaying, we are also checking the text. If the text is given, then it will validate the text. If text is matching, test case will be passed. So it means right now the functionalities are available properly. Whether it's working or not, we did not check. We just check whether it is there or not. Okay, there's basic activities. Most of the time, we'll check the functionalities on clicking on it, those activity only. While doing that itself, you can make sure whether it is there or not. Okay, specifically UI component, you will not write. Just to understand the test methods properly, I would design over here, and it depends on the project also. Okay, so any doubts with this till this? You can also add these two statements. Yeah, these two statements you can add it. Getting like forgot password link displayed or not, get text. Once you complete, let me know. Then we will try to use annotations at the another annotation at the rate before method after method. Just complete this and let me know. Yeah, done with this. Checking for the element visibility and then get text activity. Now let's start with the next step. See, we have annotations called at the rate before method, at the rate after method. Okay, yeah, at the rate before method, at the rate after method. The duty of these annotation is to run before the test method and after the test method. Lots of annotations are there. Initially, you can understand these annotation with the help of at the rate test. To trigger a class as test ng, see, I'll just remove this code. To trigger a class as test ng, minimum one test method should be there. You cannot directly run the class. Minimum one test method should be there. You see no test found error. We have created two test methods. Now, along with that, you can create few more methods. I'm going to create a method called public void setup. In this method, I'm going to give annotation at the rate before method comes from testng org.testng. Use control space, you will be getting it at the rate before method. And then one more method I'm going to give public void down. In that, I'll be providing at the rate after method. At the rate before method, at the rate after method. Let's understand when it is going to run. See, for example, you have a class and a class only with these annotation, which is not possible. You cannot trigger a class with this only annotation. These are all not a triggerable code. Okay. This annotation will work only if you have a test method. Understood? This annotation will work only if you have a test method. Now here, let me put a breakpoint here before method. At the rate after method, I'll put a breakpoint. In test method, I'll put a breakpoint. Here also, I'll put a breakpoint. Let me run the entire class. You can right click on the file, run as test and debug as test ng. I'm going to do. It will run all the code right now. If you see here, two test method is there. So it will trigger the test method. While triggering the test method, it will notice before method annotation. First, it will run the before method annotation. Now, once that is done, it will trigger the test method. Now, once the test method is done, once the test method is done, it will go for after method. And again, you see before method is triggered. And once the before method is done, it is running the valid credential test. After method. If you see here, this before method, after method runs for each and every test method. To verify that, you can go to the report under test output folder right now, index.html. You can open that. In that, there will be a chronological view. Just click on that. You will see the order, in which order the code runs. You see setup method. That method name can be anything. You can create any name. That's not an issue. Annotation you need to provide. If you see it's running before method, then it's running the test method, then after method, then before method, then test method, then after method. Understood? When it is running before method and after method, just create this method, these two methods. Just move on step by step. Yeah, just create this move method. In before method, we'll do the launch activity, browser launch activity. In after method, we'll do the browser close activity. That is the difference. Yes, and in everything will be taken care by annotation. You have to understand test ng properly. If you do that, then we will be.
Balaji, we have to create these methods before other methods, or we can create it after those methods also.
Any order you can create, it should be in the class. It can be in any order. The order, the way you write, that can be in any order. Inside the same class you created. If it is in the same class, it will be there. Okay. It should be, it's a method basically. It should be inside the class. Order is not a problem. You can create it in any order. Just create a method. Then I'll tell you what needs to be done. Yeah, done with this. And if you have any project queries or any doubts, you can recommend, we can discuss that also. Okay, fine. So now, till data-driven activity, we will be able to complete it by today. Till data-driven activity, we can complete it. Okay. Did you connect with GitHub? Did you connect with GitHub?
Sorry, I didn't get it.
Yeah, for connecting GitHub. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do it after this one. So let's complete this one. So before method, after method. So for example, if you take any test method, this first test method where we are checking UI component, and there is one more method where we are checking the valid login, and there is one more method where we are checking by providing invalid credential, the message, error message should be shown. Use invalid credential should be shown. And if the username is empty, I should get username cannot be empty message in the screen. In the screen, if I give a wrong credential, it should throw the error message. So those negative validations also you need to cover. Valid credential, invalid credential, you need to cover. And then we will try to work on forgot password. So many test methods, by going through this one by one, we need to automate. And everything will not be in a single class. You have to keep it in different classes. But whatever the test method you take, till you navigate to the URL, which will be same. No changes in the code of navigation to URL. Till this, for all test method, it will be same, right? Till the navigation to the URL. So this one we will keep it in the before method. Before running any of the test method, this is going to be triggered where browser launch will happen. And once the browser launch is completed, whereas in before method, we'll start the test method. And once the test method is completed, then we will run the after method. After method will be triggered always. Okay, let's do that. Till the URL, I'll be doing a cut starting from the WebDriver manager declaration till the URL. I'll cut it and put it in the before method. And then in the second method also, I'll remove that. Now, driver.quit also you can remove. Driver.quit, you can cut it and put it into the, your code will throw error. Just listen here, I'll tell you. Understood what I did? Browser launch activity I added in before method, and browser close activity I'm adding it in the after method. Irrespective of the result, whether your test method is passed or failed, irrespective of the result, after method will be running. Now you see here, the driver is throwing error everywhere, even though we are declaring the driver. It says driver cannot be resolved, so which means driver is not declared at all. So why we are getting this error? Where are we declaring the driver?
In before method. Okay,
Yeah.
we are declaring driver before running the test.
No, whatever it is, yeah, here we are declaring it. You can declare it anywhere. The problem here is, suppose I'm creating a variable here, int a equal to 10. It's a local variable. Whatever I'm declaring here, it's a local variable. That variable you cannot access outside the method. Okay, initially we discussed about local variable. Whatever you declare inside the method, that becomes a local variable. You cannot access outside the method. The concept of method is still same only. Okay, no changes in that concept. Whatever you declare inside the method, it will be accessible only within the method. Now, if you see here, WebDriver driver, we are declaring, right? That we are declaring in the inside the method. WebDriver driver we have declared inside the method. The driver will be accessible only for this method. After coming out of this method, this will be gone. You cannot access this driver. Okay, so to use the driver throughout the methods, we'll have to declare in the class level. Either as a static variable or non-static variable, you need to declare. We discussed about static variable, non-static variable, and local variable. Whatever you declare it in the method, it's called local variable. Okay. Now we should not declare it here. So I'll be removing WebDriver here, and I'll declare it in the class level. Let me keep it as private. Access modifier, I'll keep it as private. WebDriver driver, no static keyword. If I use static keyword also, it will work, no issues. But I'm creating it as a non-static. And for calling the non-static variable, we create an object. TestNJ will take care of creating the object. The declaration part, after you cut and paste this code, the WebDriver declaration part you should remove and keep it in the class level. Now you see, this driver can be accessible throughout the methods. The methods can access the driver. Understood what I did over here? Just listen here. Let me put a breakpoint in line number. Every test methods I'll add a breakpoint and I'll run the entire class in a debug mode. Debug as tested. First, before method will be triggered. You see, driver will be null. It's a non-static variable like public int emp id we give. Similar to that, we have given this WebDriver driver. It's a non-static variable, and right now it's null. And when I run the script, you can see browser launch will happen. Driver will be loaded with value. driver object is ready. So now the driver will be pointing to some memory. That memory will have the browser detail. That's it. A browser is ready actually. In before method, browser is ready. And the browser is pointed by this variable name driver. Now in the test method, if you see, after launching the browser, now wait for the navigation of URL. Once that is done, it calls the test method. And in test method, we are using the same driver. And in the test method, it will do these activities. Once that is done, it will go for after method. Whether your test method is passed or failed, irrespective of the result, it will go for the after method where it will close the browser. And there is one more test method. So before method, again, it's getting triggered. Okay. Again, it's getting triggered. We are overriding the browser with new browser. Overriding driver with new browser. And you can see it comes over here in the current browser. In this browser, each and every method, every test method, browser launch will happen. Here it will launch the browser, like it will check the title, whether it is passed or failed, it will go for after method where it will close the browser. Okay, understood what is happening right now? And whatever you should not declare it in the method, the declaration should be in the class level. You can keep it as private for the time being. Private access modifier till where we can access. If I give private,
Class level.
yeah, only within this class you can access. If you don't give private or any access modifier, it's called default. Default you can access within the package. Okay. Let me keep it as private for the time being. Understood the structure? This you need to create. So after creating it, we'll push it to GitHub. I'll tell you how to do. Just finish this. And no, WebDriver should be declared only once. WebDriver interface. The declaration should happen only once. Done with this? Or run it and check. Make sure it's 2 times it should open the browser and do the activity. Each time it should open a browser. Check it. Done with this? Okay, now we'll create a okay. Let me know if you need some more time. So first what I'll do is let's follow the step. Right now we have done one class properly. We'll try to keep it in GitHub. Then we'll try to split up in different packages, different classes. So if you follow the structure, then it will be easy for you to go through existing framework if you have any existing framework. Now let's go to the step. I'll create a new repository and I'll keep it inside that repository and I'll share you that repository. Okay. So let me create the repository name as something like hybrid framework. Framework. You can create it as a orange HRM or something else. I'll keep it as hybrid framework NSE. And I'll let it be a public repository for me. I'm not going to add any of these files. Let me create the repository. You can see I just created an empty repository right now. So to follow the steps, already we have discussed it multiple times. Git concept, how to keep the record. We have to initialize the repository. First, we have to create the local repository, and after creating the local repository, you have to update the local repository by doing a commit. And then once the commit is done, you will have the local repository up to date. That local repository, you can keep it in the remote by doing a push. Whatever is there in the local commit, it will go to the remote repository. For that, I created a remote repository in GitHub. You can create remote repository in GitHub, GitLab, AWS Code Commit, Bitbucket, anywhere, anything is fine. So let me do that. First, what I'll do is I'll right click on the project, team, share project. The steps already I've given. This will be the step. If you want, I can ping it in the chat window for quick reference. First, I need to create the local repository, and then I have to update the local repository by doing a commit. So right click on the project, team, share project. Project wise, you need to create local repository. Understood that? Project wise, every project will have its own local repository. Java concept is having local repository. Orange HRM we will be creating. Selenium concept, I already created a local repository. So here, use or create a repository in parent folder of project, not workspace. And then choose the project. Make sure the directory is correct. It's orange HRM is correct. And then create repository. This will create one empty repository, empty local repository in the parent project parent folder. That's done. So we have the local repository ready. And you can see arrow mark here. Before the classes and all, you can see arrow mark, which means local repository is there, but it's not up to date. To update the local repository, we do a commit. Team and go for commit. While doing a commit, you have to mention which file you want to add. Okay, before running the commit command, you need to do that. First, you have to create local repository, then you have to add the files, track the files, which are the files you want. I want these files one by one. You can choose it to stage, then you can do commit. Let me do add all. Let me add the entire files and folder present in the current directory. In this directory, whatever the files folder present, I wanted to add everything. So I just did add all, and then message. Okay, login orange HRM, login UI component test I've given. Commit I'm going to do. If I do commit, it will update my local repository only. My local repository is up to date right now. Commit is done. Now that is not going to be reflected here. It's still empty only. To keep the code safe and multiple people want to contribute to this repository, I can do a push. Right click on the project team, push branch master. Okay, and then I have to paste the repository detail here. Let me paste it. Automatically it will fill. If it is not filling, copy and paste it here. You can see everything got filled. Username you need to provide, and password, how to get the password?
Generating token.
Yeah, you have to generate the token, copy the token and paste it here. I hope I already told that. They're using generate token under your account. Okay, it is already done. You can give the token here, preview, and then push. You will have the project right now. This will be the repository. You can refer my project in this repository going further. Let it be like this. We'll create one more test class. Done with this? You want to you are able to connect it, or yeah, Let me create one more test class. Let's go for the next test case. For here, I wanted to navigate to the URL and make sure it's okay. I wanted to make sure it's navigating to the login page or not. Okay, so you will be having like this navigator to portal. You can something like this will be there. You can take any expected values. For example, while doing an automation, we have to do assertion. We cannot always check the portal is reached or not by just checking every component. Some component will check it in the portal to make sure we are allowed to log in with valid credential. Okay. Let me tell you what you can do. So you can right click on the com.nsc.test and create one more class. Class name, you can keep it as login test. For login, whatever the test case comes, valid credential, invalid credential, and empty username, empty password activity, forgot password, whatever the test method associates with login, we'll try to add it inside this class. Just create a class login test. Let me know if you got disconnected or any doubts. Okay. I just updated the project to GitHub by just creating the repository and following this step. Token, if you create once, that is enough. You can use the same token, and the highlighted code is what you will keep on doing once you update it. Right now, I created one more class file called login test. In that, I'm going to create valid credential, all the login related test cases, valid credential, invalid credential, empty username, empty password, and forgot password. Those things and all, we'll try to put it inside this login test class. Don't dump everything under the one class. We will segregate it properly. Okay. So here under login test class, I created one new class in the same package. Still, we have only one package, com.nsc.test. We'll try to create a test method, void valid credential test, valid credential test. Done with this one. We have to make this as test method. To make this as test method, we have to provide at the rate test. Same feature we need to provide. Test methods for sure it will have at the rate test. Now, here what I need to do is I have to enter the username password and click on. You have to provide a at the rate test for this. Now, just listen carefully. I have to enter the I have to launch the browser. After launching the browser, I have to go for navigate to the URL, then enter username password. The steps will be given here, test step. And what we are expecting is it should allow us to navigate to the portal with this credential. That's the logic here. Now, if you see here, when we run this method, when we run this method system.out.println, I'll just run the method. This is an independent class. This class is not having any connectivity. You see here, it ran this method and give you the output. Now here also I want to do browser launch and browser close activity, right? I have to do browser launch and browser close activity. So listen carefully. So I need this script again. I need this script for this class also. So let me do one thing. Just listen here. I'll put it over here. Now if you see here, if I run the test method, it will launch the browser. Then it will run my test method. In test method, I'm printing hello and then closing the browser. That's it. Hello and then closing the browser. Okay. Now you can see I'm repeating the before method after method in this class also. First, we had the logic. We recreated the logic. So those logic we move to the method. That's a concept of method. Reusing the logic instead of recreating the logic in multiple places, we should reuse the logic by creating the methods that we have done. Now, if you see here, we are in a situation that we have to reuse the method itself. Right now, let's take this scenario. In two classes, I have repeated the code. In both the classes, I have repeated the code before method, after method. Now, if in case, if I want to run it in Edge browser, all the test method, I want to run it in Edge browser. How many places I need to change right now?
One place.
Now, right now, check it how many class we have. Login UI and login test. Project level, you can take in project level, how many places I need to change right now?
Two places.
Yeah, so each class level we are declaring it, right? Each class level we are declaring it. If you see inheritance concepts when we discuss, I told you that main reason why we go for inheritance is reuse the method, maintenance and reusability for reusing the method. Now earlier we had the scenario where we wanted to reuse the logic, so we created a method. Now we want to reuse this method, the setup and tear down method. I should be able to reuse it. For that, what we will do is we'll create a concept called inheritance. We'll use the concept of inheritance. We'll keep this code in the parent class. We'll keep this code in a parent class. And in child class, I'll be inheriting that class. So when I inherit it, child class will be using the method in the parent. If it is accessible, it will be using that method. Okay, that is the concept here. To reuse the methods, I want to reuse the method in 3-4 classes. Then what I can do is I can create one parent class and I can inherit that parent class and all the child classes wherever I want to reuse. That's a concept here. Okay, so create a new package. We should not do this. We should not do something like this. We should not recreate this code in all the pages. This code, we should not recreate it in all the places. Your test method should have only test method. That's it. Test method should have only test class should have only test method. No other code should be there. And this before method, after method configuration, we'll move to separate package itself. We'll create it quickly. We will try to create the second package, which I told you. com.nsc.base. Create a new package under source test Java. Create a new package. com.nsc.base. Inside that package, create a class. Class name you can keep it as WebDriver wrapper. That's our class. We are going to give the class name as WebDriver wrapper. Create it. Create it. Done. A package called com.nsc.base inside that WebDriver wrapper. Okay, now the before method, after method annotation. Before method, after method, WebDriver declaration. In my screen, if you notice it, starting from line number 16, where I'm declaring the driver, and then after method, before method, after method, I'll cut it and I'll go to the WebDriver wrapper and paste it. Okay. I'll cut the code here. WebDriver declaration before method, after method. I'll cut it. I'll paste it in the WebDriver wrapper. Undo save all. Okay. Just cut it and paste this code in the WebDriver wrapper. Don't add comments and all. Like comment and all. Don't do. Just remove and add. Yeah. Yeah, after doing that, you can see our login UI test will throw a driver is not going to be accessible. Now the driver is going to, we are planning to extend the feature from the parent. So we will be using the inheritance concept. We are going to reuse the methods variable declare in the parent class by using the extends keyword extends. And I'll be giving the WebDriver app here. Just understand the issue before extend and after extend. Just listen here. Right now it tells driver it's not at all available. Declare the driver. Driver cannot be resolved. When I do extends here, extends driver wrapper. That is basically coming from different package. We have to add the package com.nsc.base. It will get automatically added here. Now once that is done, you can see driver throws this error. The field WebDriver wrapper dot driver is not visible. So why it is not visible? It says it's not visible. We're able to understand the issue here. How to fix this? The driver is not visible, and you can see 5 quick fixes. Change it to protected or something like that, right? So over here I've given it as private.
It's a private.
Yeah, it's private. Private means only within the class you can use.
Within
And
the class.
yes, correct. And let me recollect other things as well. We have few more access modifier like a default access modifier is there, right? Default. If you don't give anything, that can be accessible within the package. For example, if I give default access modifier, this is your default access modifier. If it is a default access modifier, within the package. Within the package instance, com.nsc.base. But anyhow, we are accessing outside the package. It's not going to be visible. Next is protected. Protected will be within the package and also through inheritance. Okay, inheritance outside the package also possible. Through inheritance means you can, wherever you inherit, you should be able to use it outside the package also. Okay, and don't worry, or you can just mention it as through inheritance. That will make sense anyway. Now I'm already doing an inheritance, so I can do protected here. Okay, if I do protected, it will be accessible within the package and also wherever I try to do inheritance. Here we are trying to do inheritance, and you can see it is accessible. Driver is accessible. Okay, another access modifier is public. If you give public, anywhere you can access it. Okay, the most restrictive one in this scenario is going to be protected. Wherever whichever the class is inheriting this, we will supply the driver. Whichever the class extend the feature of WebDriver wrapper, we will allow them to use the driver. Otherwise, we will not allow them to access the driver. Understood? Just give me a minute. Just fix the issues and update the GitHub. So this package is clear for you. Second level to package, we can right now whatever the configuration. For example, if you want to launch the different browser, a simple if condition will solve the problem. And I can write a simple if condition here. Okay, if the browser equal to ch launch Chrome, else if it is matching with Edge, launch Edge browser, otherwise Firefox. Okay, simple if condition will be able to allow us to run it in a different browser. Okay, now let's keep this, and you'll have only test method. If you notice it, you'll have only test method. And to remove the unwanted packages, okay, to remove the unwanted package, I'll tell you a shortcut key. Make a note of it. They're all good practice to remove the unwanted packages. To remove unwanted package, you can do control shift I, control shift I O. You can get control shift I O. While doing that, don't select anything, just go for a blank line and try to do it. Let me click in the blank line here, control shift I O. Okay, control shift I O you do, it will remove the unwanted packages. And your code looks clean after that. And over here, just listen carefully. Done with this? It's done, right? Now let's go for the next step where we will try to go for login test. In login test, I want to do valid credential test. First, I have to log in into the portal. For that, I need to enter the username, which we already done. We are going to use the same code only. If you have the code, you can copy paste it. Driver dot find element. Okay. Now you see driver is not accessible. How to get the driver detail in this login test class? It's similar to what we discussed previously, like person class we discussed. Person class got inherited by school, and the same person class got person class got inherited by student as well as professor. A similar concept only, hierarchical inheritance only. So here, what we need to do to get the driver detail, under which class the driver details are present. Is that clear for you? To get the driver detail, we have to do extends
Extend WebDriver wrapper.
yeah, WebDriver app. That is going to be the parent class. Okay, your framework will have the structure if you have an existing framework. Otherwise, you can use this for your automation purpose. And driver.find element. Now if you see, we will concentrate only on the test functionalities. Okay, we don't worry about the configuration, which is already taken care by .id. I'll give that ID and .send keys. Let me hard code right now. We will have to go for data-driven activity. That anyway we will be able to complete it by today. I will try to enter the username, then password, then I want to click on login. These tasks and all already we discussed, so I'll just quickly complete this. Password I need to enter. It's the password and login, VTN login. After successfully login, we have to do assertion. Assertion is going to be an important task. Every method will be having the assertion. Multiple assertion, if you want, you can add it. Not For doing the assertion, completed this. Let's do one thing. What we will try to do is once we log in into the portal, these are the things you can check it. The site will not work for some till let me check 1 second. Yeah, so till some 3:30 or 4, it's a downtime. It may not work. Meanwhile, I'll complete this invalid credential. Okay. Anyhow, it's not, even though we give a valid credential, you see it's not taking to the portal. Okay. So let me complete that invalid credential. If I give a wrong credential, if I give some wrong credential, let me make this as invalid for the time being. Once the site is up by 3:30 or 3:45, it will be up. At that time, we'll complete the valid credential. Once it is up right now, you can go for invalid. When we provide a invalid credential, okay, right now it's not working. We have to report the team only, but it's a downtime between 2:30 to 3:30 or 3:45. You will be getting it. So right now, you see here, I'm trying to giving some improper credential. Let me give some improper credential over here. John 123, and any password can be anything, not an issue. And when I provide the invalid data, the end user should get the message saying that invalid credential. We have to validate this particular text. We have to make sure this text is displayed to the user, or whatever the text is displayed, you have to validate it. To validate the text, first what you need to do is you have to do the find element. You have to find that element. Any operation you want to do it on web element. In the web page, if you want to do any operation, you have to find that element. If you are planning to do it on title, URL, okay, then or page source, this page source, where you will not have the control of page. At that time, you will be using driver itself, browser level, driver.get title, driver.get URL, and then driver.get page source. For the element present in the web page, HTML content, if you are planning to handle that, it's an pure HTML content. To handle this, we have to find the element first of all. Driver.find element I need to do. I have to do the locator. And let me inspect this invalid credential. And you can see tag name is span. We cannot use link or partial link because it's a span which contains the text, and there is an ID here. In this page, most of the thing will have ID. If ID is not there, you will be writing an XPath with text contains text, or this text you can do it. Let me use ID. Using this ID, I'll try to get the text. By.id. First, I'm trying to find the element. Now, after finding this element, which element? It's error message. Right click on the error message, inspect it. After finding that particular element, then if you want to click dot, okay, and type dots in keys. Similarly, I want to get the text. We have to use the same way what I've done it in the previous scenario. Dot get text. Inner text, if you want, you can use dot get text. For that element, if there is a text, it will get the text. In between the tag name, you will have the text. Span tag starts here, ends here, between that. And all these are going to be a text. Div tag starts here, ends here, in between the text. Here, span tag starts here, ends here, in between the text. Okay. For that, we use get text. Whatever the value we got right now, those values are coming during the runtime. It's the actual error. During the runtime, if you get, that's the actual value. Once you get the actual value, you can do the assertion. Assert equal itself, you can follow actual error, unexpected error, what I'm expecting. That you have to go to the document. In test document, you will have that error. Test case 3 is there, right? Test case 3, verify invalid credential. You have to provide these credential, and end user should not get access to the portal, and also should get this message. If he is getting the message, you will not be able to access the portal. So I'm just validating the message. This message should be the invalid credential. Now, when I run the script, case sensitive comparison, invalid credential C should be in lowercase. Something wrong here, or if it is uppercase, you given the requirement, those are all not going to make any change. You can, if you want to raise it, you can raise it with low severity and priority. Right. Let me try to run this. If you see here, if I run the script, let me run it without debugging and then with debugging. it will go to the parent class first. From the parent class, it will try to do before method and give the username password and get the text, compare it and make sure its message is given properly. Then the method is passed. Let me put a breakpoint in line number 14 and don't get confused on execution. Just listen here. When it comes to annotations, like we are not creating an object for this class. It's a non-static method, right? When you create an object for this class, what is going to happen? We are not creating, TestNG will be creating in the background. While creating an object for this class, first memory will be allocated for the parent one. First memory will be allocated for parent one. Okay. Once the memory is allocated for parent, then the memory will be allocated for child. So after that, it will start running it in the annotation order. So when you take this, in one object, you'll have all these things. On one object, I'll be having @ before method, @ after method, and @ test. Basically, object will be created for child. So while creating an object for child, memory will be allocated for parent. Like when I create an object for child, you can see methods from the parent also. I was able to use it, which I demonstrated with raw data inheritance concept. When I created an object for son, see, when I create an object for son, with one object, I'm able to call the method in parent and call the method in child. Variable, I'm able to access from the parent as well as child by creating an object for child. So first memory will be allocated for parent, which I debugged on that day and explained it. Same concept. When TestNG try to create an object for this, memory will be allocated for parent. Then it will allocate for child. All the non-static variable, non-static methods will be loaded. Now methods get executed based on TestNG order. In one object, you will have @ before method, @ after method, and one test method will be there. In which order it will run? If you have annotation like @ before method, @ after method, and @ test, whatever I explained you for each test method, before method, after method runs, that's what going to happen. And if you go for login test UI, if you take this, an object will be created for this class in the background. While creating an object, memory will be allocated for parent. A separate memory will be allocated for parent. In that, if you take one @ method, before method, @ after method, and two test method will be there. For that, based on the hierarchy, it will run. Okay, for each and every test method, before method, after method run. So if you run the entire project, that's what going to happen. For each and every test method, before method, after method runs. Understood this hierarchy? Okay, you can consider this as a one class, one set of class. In one set of class, you have these annotation. That's the concept here. We are actually reusing the methods. If you see this setup method, teardown method, we are reusing it, method itself, by just using the inheritance concept. That's the advantage of going with inheritance. Clear for you? Yeah, so you can try to trigger this code. Let me put a breakpoint and then show you. See the hierarchy. Let me do the debug. You see, but first it will go to the wrapper. Driver is null. The same driver will be loaded with the object. Driver will be pointing to a browser, this browser. Now in your RAM, basically an object for this login test will be created. One object. Okay. Some object will be created. TestNG will take care of pointing that object. Inside that object, you'll have one non-static variable, which means driver will be there, a non-static variable. Now that non-static variable will be pointing to some browser. That is actually going to point to some browser. Okay. Now you can see the driver is this driver is already available in the current object that is pointing to browser, and you see the browser detail. Once it will start executing this one by one. Once that is done, whether your test method is passed or failed, it will go to this after method. You can see the driver, same object it's pointing. I'm using driver.quit. When I do driver.quit, this gets connected, and once the test method is completed, whole exchange is completed, this object will also be removed from memory. Okay, that is the concept here. Okay. Annotations, if you understand, that is more than enough for the time being in this case. Okay, and report detail, a few browser configuration details, we can just add it in this class. It will be repeated by all the test methods. So whatever you've done, just do commit with the message driver wrap inheritance we are using method use commit and push you can directly do. If you want my code, you can go to the repository and then nsc mine is an open only. You can access it directly. Base test 2 package is ready right now. Okay, and if you see our test method, only test method will be there. Okay. No point in keeping the rest of the code. Only test method will be there. Always after finishing it, align the code. Control Shift F you do. Control Shift F you do. Shortcut keys and all, make a note of it. Format and to remove unwanted packages. Control Shift IO you can give. Just go to some blank space and Control Shift IO you. So this is your first stage. And remaining configuration, we can add it. Those configuration and all, anytime you can add it. Extend reports and all, just we have to add it in before method, after method. Extend reports will be generated. Browser configuration, I have to add it here. Those things and all additional things which you can add it at any time. So right now, whatever the concept is required, that we will try to finish it. We will not get confused with configuring a lot of thing into it. Just make sure it's simple and whatever is required, that is completed. Once that is completed, going further, you can keep on extending some additional feature, adding the report, adding the logs, everything you can keep on adding into the system. Okay, fine. One more method we'll create. After that, we'll go for the we will data driven activity. One more method I'll create. Valid credential test. If you see valid credential test, upgrade test I'll do. And for valid credential also, actually login it will be same. After login it will be same for valid credential. For this assertion is required. We'll validate the URL. Validate the URL. Let me tell you that. The site is not working. We'll validate the URL. Okay. URL I'll tell you. We'll be doing this. Assert equals driver dot get current URL. Driver dot get current URL. And once we get the URL, we'll compare that URL, whether it's matching with the expected value or not. Expected URL, I'll tell you right now the site is not working. We'll fill the expected value. And this will be something like valid credential. Valid credential test, invalid credential test, valid credential test. Empty username, empty password and all, we can easily cover with this method so by doing a data driven activity, which we'll do. Just create these two methods and keep it ready. Or you can take some break. Already it's 3:30. You can take some break. After the break, you can create this method. Okay. And before winding up today's session, we'll complete the data driven activity. So major part would be done. Data driven activity, major part will be done. Okay. This one. For data driven activity, we'll be using Excel and data provider. Okay. So we'll start at 3:50 p.m. IST. We'll take some break. After the break, we'll continue the session. Yeah, shall I start? Okay, so this URL is not working. So as of now, I'll just give you the URL. That's the actual URL. We are expecting this URL to be present. Right now, it's not present. So you can add the script as of now and keep it. We'll check that in the next class. Valid credential detail. Private.get URL will be giving you the current URL. And when I run this method right now, the valid credential, it will try to log in into the portal and get the URL. Right now, it will get a wrong URL. Get URL will give whatever the URL currently we have, that URL will be giving. And the comparison right now, it's a failure because the actual value expected is with the dashboard, and actual is something else. So it's not allowing us to log in. So it's a failure. So this method is a failure. We have to go and report the team regarding the failure, why it's not allowing the user. Okay. So two method you can create it and keep it in your update the. You have to add a wait condition here that I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason. Right as of now, you can just update the GitHub with the valid credential test as well. Commit and push. In TestNG, there are two important concepts. It's very important in TestNG. One is called data provider. The other one is called parameterization. We'll be working on both the concept right now. Let me tell you that. For doing a data-driven activity, right now we are done with this test method and base method. Few more codes we need to add. That code and all we can add it later. Now we'll work on the data provider. There is a concept called data provider, which helps us in doing a data-driven framework. For example, I want to run this invalid credential method with two test record I wanted to run. Assume that this method, invalid credential method, I want to run with these two records. Yeah, John 123 and message expected value is also data only. So first time when I run, I should be able to use this record John 123 and the expected message is this. Second time when I run, I should be able to use this record. Set of record. You want to run this one method with two set of record. For doing that, you can use the concept of data provider in TestNG. You can use the concept of data provider in TestNG. This is a very important concept, data provider in TestNG. Okay, helps to apply data, helps to provide data to the test method. Okay. So listen, once I complete it, you can add that code. Let me create one sample class here. Under com.nsc.test, I'm going to create a class called demo. This class I'll be deleting it, demo test, which I'm creating. Demo one test I'll create, which I'll be deleting it. It is not a part of a framework, we'll be deleting it. In that, I'm going to create one method, public void, some method like valid style create. Now, I want to make this as test method, so I have to provide @test. It's an independent class and test method. When I run it, whatever the code I write inside this gets executed. This out valid. And when I run it, it just gives you the output. Printing. Okay. Now, so listen carefully. This is actually an important concept, data provider. So in this, we have to follow the steps, few steps. Understand? I want to run the one test method, this test method with two set of record. Like John, first time when I run the method, it should take this record. Second time when I run the method, it should take this record. First, is it clear for you what we are planning to do here? So that is clear for you, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what I'm planning to do over here is I'll be creating some demo class and explain the concept of data provider. Then we'll add it in our framework. So I have a test method. To run this test method, I can click on it. Okay, it's not extending the WebDriver request, so browser launch will not happen. A simple test method. Now, first step, I have to create a test method. Create a test method. Test method in the sense at the rate with argument. With arguments. Okay. Create a test method with arguments. For example, string username I'll give, comma string password I'll give. Okay. Now, if I do this and run it, it will throw error because we have given the argument and we are not supplying the data. We have given the argument and we are not supplying the data, it will throw error. As of now, we have created lots of test method. If you see all the test method, we are just giving the name, no argument. Valid, invalid, no argument. That's the first time I'm creating a method with argument. So first, in order to work with the data provider, first you should have a method with argument. Let me use this code. I'll put in this record username plus password. Whatever I write it, it will throw it. Now to supply the data, you can use the concept of data provider. Assume that I wanted to run this test method, this particular test method with these two records, John and then John 123 and Mark, comma Mark 123. I want to run this method with these two set of record, this test method. To do that, first I have to create the argument, which is done. Argument is ready. Next, you can create the data provider. Basically, you have to create a method that returns two-dimensional array and provide at the rate data provider annotation, which will be the second step. I need to do this. So I have to create a method that returns a two-dimensional array. Two-dimensional array you need to return that method. And for that method, I'm going to provide the annotation data provider. So I'll be creating a method here. The two-dimensional array in the sense, okay, we already discussed some array and all. Like in Java, we have discussed a few array. You see this array and all. It's a single dimensional array. Each index point contains a integer. It's an integer array. And we created a string array, you can say. Each index point contains a string array. That is your single dimensional array. We have seen a different way to declare the array as well. Either you can directly load or you can declare it something like this. Initialize it and then you can load the value. Each index point will contain either integer or double or string based on the array we create. It's a single dimensional array. Right now we are going to deal with the two-dimensional array. Two-dimensional array in the sense, just it's very simple. If you don't get complex into it, it will be simple. If you think too much into it, it will confuse you. To understand the concept here. Each index point contains an array. Each index point contains an array. Array will be there. In that array, first there will be an array. In that array, each index point will contain a record. Yeah. So this is an array actually. This is an array. In that array, each index contains one array. Okay, zeroth index contains this array. This is zeroth index array. This is first index array. Okay, so if you want from this array, if I want to extract John, then I have to provide the index point. So first I have to provide the index point of the array. This is in 0th index. In the 0th index array, if I want John, I have to go for 0. Similarly, if I want John 1, 2, 3, I have to go for 0th index array. In 0th index array, first index is having the record. Something like that, I have to load the value. Okay. This is your two-dimensional array. You can understand in both the perspective. One is understanding it in the actual two-dimensional array concept. The other one is testing perspective. First, what I'll do is I'll explain the testing perspective. Then I'll go for the actual array concept in Java. Okay. So I have to create a method. Second step is I have to create a method that returns two-dimensional array. So let me do that. A two-dimensional string array or integer array or double array you can decide. Right now I'm going to create a method which returns two-dimensional string array, which means each value should be a string array. Now method name, I'm going to give it as valid data. Well, method name can be anything. I've just given the method name as valid data. So if you see here, I have to create a method that returns two-dimensional array, and I have to provide annotation at the rate data provider annotation for that method. Here I have to provide at the rate data provider. At the rate data provider is a concept comes from test engine. Data provider to the test method. That's a concept. And here I have to create the array. So array object I need to initialize first of all, or you can directly load, whichever is comfortable you can do. This option you do so that we can connect with Excel directly. I have to give an array declaration I need to do. If I just put this, it will be a single dimensional array. If I do this, and if I give 3 value I can store. If I give 5 value I can store. But what I am going to do here is I'm creating a two-dimensional array. Each index point contains an array. And now array, you have to give the size. That's a drawback of array. You have to give the size. Data provider is designed using the array concept only. You have to give the size. Size in the sense, just take I and j. Concept for I and concept for j. Just for testing perspective, you can understand. First size you can keep it as I, and second one you can keep it as j. I stands for number of test case. Number of test case. Okay, set of records you have. How many times you want to run this. And j stands for number of parameters. Okay, number of parameters. Parameter or argument. Let me do one thing. I'll run with a 3 set of records so that you will have a clarity on this. So one more array will be there. That array will be having all, comma, all 1, 2, 3. So I have a 3 array. Each array will have 2 records in it. Okay. Now this is the array I need to build. Right now I have to give the size. Okay. So I stands for number of test case. So how many test case we have to run this method? Is that clear for you? First time it should take this record and run. Second time it should take this record and run. Third time it should take this record and run. So that is going to be the first point, 3. Okay. So 3 basically tells you how many array you need it. Okay. The second position tells you how many argument or parameter. How many arguments we have here? Got it? Yeah. So now,
Two.
yeah. So okay. You joined recently. We're able to get the concept here, or should I start from the beginning? It's clear for you, right? What we are planning to do is we want to run this test method with multiple set of records. For that, first thing I have to create the argument. Create a test method with argument, which is done. If you create a test method with argument, it will throw error because you have to supply the data. If you provide argument, you have to supply the data. So supply the data, we have a concept called data provider. One of the important concept in test engine. And over here, I have this method you need to create that should return two-dimensional array. It can be any array, string array, integer array, whatever it is, you can create. Right now, I'm creating a string array. Each value will be a string. Two-dimensional array in the sense, understand it in a testing perspective. First, you have to give the size. First point, first position you need to give. For that, the size would be based on number of test case. Okay, number of test case, number of times you want to run, basically 3 times I want to run because I have 3 test case for this method. So that is 3. And second one is number of parameter, a simple way to determine the size. Once the size is determined, you have to load the value. Array concept, if you take, it start with the index 0. Array concept, if you take, it start with the index 0. The array which we have discussed here, 5 we have given, index will be 0 to 4. If I give the size as 3, index will be 0 to 2. If I give the size as 3, index will be 0 to 2. Okay, 4 means index will be 0 to 3. That's the concept here. If you give 3 here, okay, it is something like 0, 1, 2. If you give 2 here, it is something like 0 and 1. That's the logic here. So main of 0, comma 0, this position. Okay, check now. It could be some issue. Yeah, were able to hear me clearly? First, this size is clear for you. How did I determine the size? Okay. Now, what I need to do is I have to load the value. Okay, I have to load this first set of record. John 1, 2, 3. I need to load. For that, I have to load it in this position. In 0th array, 0th index, I have to load John. In 0th array, first index, I have to load John 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm trying to fill over here. Main of 0, comma 0. Only string it can accept. You have to give the string value double quotes because it is a string array. John. Main of 0, 1. That will be John 1, 2, 3 I've given. The record is ready. First set of record is ready. I think my connectivity is fine. Just check yours. Just for me, it's connectivity is good only. Just check yours. This concept is important, so just check and let me know. Then we'll start it. And to understand this, okay, it's very simple. You have to understand how many test cases you have, how many times you want to run this test method that you decide. That is going to be the first position size. And second one size will be based on number of parameter you have. Okay, number of data required for it. So that is going to be the second position. And after creating the array, you have to fill that array. For filling the array, always it starts with 0. Okay, this will be zeroth array. In zeroth array, zeroth index, I have to fill John. In zeroth array, zeroth index array, and first index, I have to fill the password John 1, 2, 3. The order is important. Got it? How about now? Were you able to hear me clearly? Or still you have some issues? Okay, let's wait for him. He got disconnected. Yeah, am I audible now? Okay, so I just filled the size. I was waiting for you to join. Now, after knowing the size, three array we need to create, basically number of test case and number of parameter. Based on that, you give the size. An array always starts with 0, and to fill the array you have to use array name. The variable name can be anything. I've just given it as main. Array detail I need to give, so index point I need to give. First you have to tell which array. You have to fill the 0th index array, so I have to give 0. And then in 0th index array, which value you want to print. Okay, in 0th index array, in 0th index there is an array. For that array, which index point? That is 0. Okay, there I have to fill John, some random value I'm filling, and then main of password. To fill the password, in 0th index array, first index is having John 123. That's the logic here. John 123. That's the two-dimensional. Okay. Now you see your first record is ready. First set is ready. Second set, you have to go for array in the first index. Main of 1. And array in the first index is having two records. That will be 0 and 1. So 1 comma 0, which I have to load it as a mark, and main of 1 comma 1, that I have to load it as mark 123. And the last array. So this is an array in the second index. Second index array I need to go to, and for that array there is two records, 2 comma 0. Let me store Paul, and then main of 2 comma 1, where you can store Paul 123. That's the record. Okay, now we have filled the array. After initializing the array, each index point will be null right now initially. Then we are filling the record, right? Only string can be accepted here. You see, only string can be accepted here. Okay, no other options available right now. Suppose I want to give number also. Okay, I want to give a decimal value also. Most of the time, if you see it in Google, it will be an object array. It will be something like object. I'll tell you. Object array is what we will be using. When it comes to object, is basically a parent of all the classes. Object is basically a parent of all the classes. This one. Okay, it's a parent of all the classes in Java, and you can store any record in this. You see, it accepts. Let me create this. If I change it to object array, we'll discuss about that. In Google and all, you'll see object, so don't get confused. Object means any value you can store actually. It is a parent of all the classes. You can store integer, double, decimal value, anything you can store, it will accept. That is a concept here. Object array is what we will create. Hence, we know in string, we are creating a string array. Let it be string, not an issue. All the records are going to be a string only, so it is not going to throw any error. Let it be string array. So first, is it clear for you? And the duty of this method is to return that particular record array. So first you have to create the array, two-dimensional array, and you have to return that array. Right now, this array will be maintaining a string, two-dimensional array with the size 3, 2. Size 3, 2 in the sense, make sure if you mention 3 in the first position, 3 should not come. If you mention 2 in the second position, 2 should not come, 0 and 1. That way you can easily determine the issues. And make sure the array is properly developed by running, debugging the code. Okay. Now, second step is we have to create a method that return two-dimensional array, basically to supply the data, and we have to provide annotation at the rate data provider, which is done. This is a mandatory part. Okay, we have created a data provider. Now we have to connect the data provider. Third step would be Just we have to connect the data provider with the test method. That's it. Simple way to do a data-driven activity in test engine. If I run this method, still it will throw error. I have to connect. I have to tell this test method should take the data from this data provider. For that, while declaring the test, you have to give the attribute data provider. You have to call this. You see data provider. Okay, I used invocation count here. Invocation count equal to 10 I give. It runs 10 times because it's an integer. Now I have to give the data provider. Data provider name I need to give. Give the data provider name. The string I need to give. Data provider name is nothing but the method name. So now it will be a method name if you don't give anything. Now the record is ready. Let me put a breakpoint here, and I'll put a breakpoint here. Now while running this test method, you can run only the test method. You cannot run the data provider and all. See here, only data provider and all you cannot run. No point in running the data provider. It will tell no test method. Minimum one test method should be there. Now this test method will be connecting to this data provider. Let me put a breakpoint here and debug it and show you. When I run this test method, first data provider will be loaded. You see, when I run the test method, first data provider is loading. Now I'm creating a data provider. Here I'm creating a array, string 2-dimensional array. You see, every index will have an array. Every index is having an array. How many array? 3 array, because I've given 3. And each array is having 2 value, 3, 2. Okay, now filling the record. 0, 0, filling John, and then John 1, 2, 3. Then filling the entire record, and make sure the array is having a complete record. At the end, the array should have all the records properly. Okay, now rest of the thing test-ng will take care of it. Test-ng will run the test method for this record, next this record, next this record. Automatically it will run and provide you the report. Let me click on resume. You see here, it runs the test method. Right now it's using John and John 1, 2, 3 first time. Second time it runs it using Mark 1, 2, 3. And third time you see Paul 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 3 times it runs. Understood? Okay, that's it. So this is your data provider. Let me keep this code safe. We have to use this data provider for the test methods, our test methods. You can directly create it for the test method. I'll just keep it over here for your reference. This is a sample code. If you want, you can create the sample code. Anyhow, it's not required. Let's do this. I'll just try to add the file demo1 data provider. I'll be deleting this after now we'll try to create the data provider for invalid credential test. Go to login test. For login test, invalid credential is there. For this, I'll try to create the data provider. Okay. So first thing what you need to do is, in order to create data provider for this, you have to understand what are the data required. Okay, that is your first step. You have to create a test method with argument. Okay, what are the test data we have for this? Username will be one test data. Password will be one test data. Whatever you are entering into the portal, that becomes the data. Additionally, expected value. The expected value is also a data. Okay, you will have the expected value records here in the sheet. That is also data. Whatever the expected value you see, all becomes a data. Okay. So 3 argument is required here. And first fill that. I'll fill the argument. Rest you try to complete it. You have to create a test method. Point number 1 is create a test method with argument. So I should get 3 arguments. So one is username. Make sure it should is in lower camel case. Second one is password or variable name. Third one is an expected title, what we are expecting. Okay. Now, after creating the argument, make sure you use the argument. If you don't use the argument, every time it will take John 1 to 3 this record. So here I have to use the argument. This is a variable name. Variable name will be holding the value. Send keys, we have to give the key. Okay, should we give with the double quotes or without double quotes?
Without.
Yeah, so we are actually passing the variable name. Most of the time you might get confused on the statement. Just make sure the data where it is coming from, in which variable it is loading. If you provide within double quotes, it will type username here, which we don't want. Okay. We want it to take the value what is stored in the username. Should be without variable name. You have to make sure that variable name is passed out. It's a password. And also in keys, if you see, it will take only string. Okay, character sequence, which is a string only, part of string only. So you have to give it properly. Over here, I have to give the expected value. Now about this, just about this, you create data provider. I'll show both the code for your reference. Create a data provider and supply this record. I want to create a data provider to supply with this. Sorry. Run this test method with these two records. Here, point number 2 will be create a method that returns two-dimensional array and provide data provider annotation and connect the data provider to the test method. 2 steps you need to do. I wanted to create a data provider for sending this record. First time when I run this test method, it should take John 1 to 3 this record. Second time when I run this method, it should take Peter 1 to 3 invalid credential. So you have to create an array. Okay. Size, you just think of the size and try to create the array. This method you need to create. Okay. We'll just keep the code over here. If you want, I'll push it to the GitHub also. Okay, just try this. Just create a data provider for this. Just here itself, you can create in line number 11. Okay. What will be the size right now?
Three and three.
How many test cases there?
Two.
Yeah. So
Okay,
2.
2 and 3. Sorry.
Yeah, 2, 3 will be the size. Yeah. Try it. Just create the data provider. Tell this if it is completed. Tomorrow, what we can do is basically on Monday. Sorry. I'll just give you an idea how to read the Excel. You can try to convert the Excel sheet into this two-dimensional array. Okay. Till this, if you completed, that is enough. Okay, Monday we can design that logic. Once that is done, data driven would be completed. Okay, major part will be taken care by data provider. If you fill it and run, you will come to know for each and every set of record, browser launch close will happen. Yeah, let me know once that is done. Done with this? Okay, yeah. Let me create it quickly. Say data provider first. Here, to create the data provider, I just create a method here. provider. Method name, you try to give something like this, invalid credential data, so that it will be easy for us to track invalid credential data. For that, we are creating the data provider, invalid credential test. For that, we are creating the data provider. Data provider should return the two-dimensional array. You can create it as an object so that you can put anything into that. Annotation is important, data provider annotation. Next, you can create the array string, any variable name you can give. I'll just give the string, and I have to run with sizes should be determined. 2 times I need to run. So number of test cases 2. Each time there are 3 parameters. You see there are 3 parameters. 2, 3 is the size. Then you can fill the value. So main of 0, 0. Have to fill the record. Then main of 1, 1. Have to fill the record. Sorry. 0, 1. This is one set of record. Then I have to fill the record with 1, 0, 1, 1. That's it. 2 set of record. So 0 and 1. We have 3 parameter, right? So and 1, 1. This is clear for you. Just understand the logic and you can work. It will be easy for you to move forward. Data I want to provide like John 1, 2, 3 invalid credential. John and John 1, 2, 3, and then it's going to be an invalid credential. Invalid credential. Peter 1, 2, 3 and Peter. Once this is done, you can do return that object detail. It's done. After that, I have to just provide here at the rate test data provider equal to the data provider name, invalid credential data. Now, you see here, let me put a breakpoint in line number 24, as well as I'll put a breakpoint in the parent classes. Okay, fine. This is done. Let me run it in a debug mode. When I run the test method, first what it will do is it will try to make sure the data provider is loaded correctly. It will connect to the data provider and make sure the data provider is properly designed. If there is any index point issues, it will throw array index out of mode exception. Right now, record is available properly. Now it will get into the test method. While running the test method, before method will be running. Before method will be launching the browser. Navigate to the URL. Then it will enter into the test method. Now, while entering the test method, you can see the record. John 1, 2, 3 invalid credential. It will run with that particular record. Then once that is done, whether it is passed or failed, it will go to the quit after method. Now again, there is one more record. For that, before method will be running. For each and every test method, browser launch and close will happen. Okay, data provider will take care of doing those activity. We don't want to sit and write each and every logic again and again. If you provide, if you're able to create a 2-dimensional array, then data provider will take care of it. Second time you see, it runs with Peter. So if I want to add a record, I have to increase this array size, and then I have to load the record. That's it. Okay, understood the data provider concept. And demo test is not required, which I can delete it. Let me delete the demo 1 test. Already it's there in GitHub also, you can check it. Team, let me do for commit here. Invalid credential data provider. Same things. All the details will be there. If you click on this, you will be able to see the detail here about the data provider, or you can explore the project here. Now we are done with this step. Okay. Going further, till this it's clear for you, data provider concept. So we have to create data provider for all the test method. If you want to supply that test method or run the test method with different set of record, you can create it. Now data provider also, you should not keep it in the same class. This class is designed for test having the test methods only. Data provider and all, we have to segregate it properly. We have to segregate outside this class. For that, what we will do is we'll try to work on the next package. Okay, I'll just give you an introduction to that package. com.nsc.utilities. We'll create this package. Okay, let me create it. Just do the same thing. You can also create a package. Create a new package under source test Java. Package name you can keep it as com.nsc.utilities. Inside that package, you can create a class called data utils. UTILs you can give data utils. You can create a class package com.nsc.utilities and create a class called data utils. Just try it. Now, whatever the data provider we created one data provider, right? Just remove that, cut the data provider, cut it, and paste the data provider inside data utils class. Data provider, you cut it from the login test and paste it here. Okay, done with this. Okay, now go to login test. Okay, now if I run the code, listen here, let me run this method. It will throw error. It will say that there is no data provider with the name of invalid credential data. Okay, data provider, it will, if it is in a current class, it will take. If it is in a different class, you need to give the detail here. You need to give two details. One is data provider name, the other one is data provider class. Any order you can give. Just to understand it, I'll give it in this order. First, what I'll do is I'll remove everything. I'll give the data provider class. There is a attribute called data provider class. You need to give the class detail. Which class contains the data provider right now? Under com.nsc.utilities, data utils is the class. So just give the data utils, and data utils comes from com.nsc.utilities dot class. That's how you have to refer the class. Dot class you need to give, comma, data provider name. data provider equal to that name, data provider name. Data provider name is nothing but the method name as of now. You can give the method name. That's how we have to create the data provider. Okay. And if I do I'll do run all. Sorry. I'll do run this method. Now it will take the data provider detail. First, it will load the data provider. Just listen here. You have to give these two details. And if you see here, whatever happens, first thing what happens is whenever I trigger the test method, whenever I trigger this test method in a debug mode or run it, first it will check for the data provider detail and it will try to load the data provider detail. If data provider is successfully loaded, then it will launch before method, test method, activity, everything. Okay, and once the test method is done, whether it is passed or fail, after method will run, which will close the browser. In after method only, we'll take the screenshot details and all. Those details and all, you can add it in the after method. Structure is what we need to organize, which we will be doing it. Okay, it's clear for you.
We can use in inheritance also, no, for data providing. Is it possible?
Come again.
Is it possible to use inheritance for data providing?
No. We have to. This data provider is connected to the test method only. Okay, it is designed to
Okay.
give it as an argument only, and multiple inheritance is not possible. With class, you cannot do that. Multiple inheritance in Java is not possible. Only through interface you can achieve that. Two class you cannot inherit.
Okay.
And the data provider is designed for the test method only, not at the class level. Okay. We use inheritance when we wanted some variable or methods. In the case if you want to reuse the methods, then we have to do over. Otherwise, we'll call the method. We'll create an object and we'll call. This is actually creating an object and calling that method. Okay, done with this, right? Any other doubts you have with this? Let me create a data provider for this invalid credential, like for valid credential. Okay, for creating a data provider for this also there is a set of records. So assume that I want to run with okay, assume there is two valid credential. Admin, let me create a data provider by passing this record itself, admin 123, the same record I'll pass it. URL, let it be this URL. Okay. Three record I have here. Also I have a three record. So first I have to, in order to create a data provider, first I need to pass the argument. So make sure the argument is created, string, password, username, order is important, and expected URL. Now, then I have to use that argument inside the method. Username, exactly the same thing. Password, here the argument is expected URL, or if you want to use a common name, you can use expected value. Let me keep it as expected URL. Username, password, expected title, expected URL, which is done. So right now, if I run this method, it will throw error. Argument needs to be supplied. To create the data provider, you can go to this class and you can create the data provider. Any order you can create. I'll create a data provider here. Public string valid credential data. Now over here, at the rate data provider, and then array I need to create. Let me try to run with two set of record. String name, any variable name you can give. I'm just giving it as name. Size I need to give. Okay, two times I want to run. Assume that I want to run it for two times. Okay. I have to give the size. Size is 2, and each time 3 record. Let me put it 3. Exactly the same code I will have to use it. Okay. I'll just recreate it, and the data will be different. If data is same, I can use same data provider, but data will be different here. I mean 1, 2, 3, and the expected value will be that 4. Order is important. Whatever the order you are filling, that order you need to load it over here. Now this will be the record. Created. After creating the data provider, you have to go over here. First step is connect the data provider. Data provider equal to that name you can give. First of all, I have to give the class since it is in a different class. Data provider class is required. The class name will be data utils dot class, comma, data provider equal to that particular name. The name of the data provider right now it's going to be valid credential data. If you want to give any other name, you have an option to give it. Let it be like this. Now, if I run this code, if you see here when I run this code, there are two set of record. First set of record, it will take the username admin123 and run it. Then it will close the browser. Whether it is passed or failed, it will close the browser. You see, application is working now, so it should be passed. Expected URL should match. Okay, you see both the same data, so it just two test method and both are passed. Reports will be generated based on that. Understood? I'll give a wrong record here, admin123, and I'll save it. I'll run this again. First set of record is wrong. Just listen here what is going to happen. Everything will be taken care by data provider and test ng annotations properly. First time when it's not, URL is not going to match. First test case, you can see browser also closed. Whether the test method is passed or failed, browser will be closed after method will be called, and it will go for the next test method. It will not completely about the execution and all. And you will have the report with the detail, like first time, first test case it got failed. First time it was using this record and running. Second time it was using this record and running. For that, you can see the report. This record got failed. Expected value is not matching, and this record got passed. On failure only, assertion error will be there. Understood? Is it clear for you? So this array, if you are able to fill it from the Excel, major part will be done. Excel or CSV. You have to convert that Excel sheet into array based on number of rows in the Excel and based on number of cells, column, basically based on number of rows, number of column. If you are able to dynamically create this array, and this part, the selected part, if you are able to create it, or if you are able to take it from the Excel and convert that into a string array, two-dimensional string array, then everything will be taken care by data provider. That is what we will be doing it in the next class. For Excel, just you need to understand how to read the Excel. Then you have to work on how to convert that logic into two-dimensional array. Okay. If possible, you check it, you will be able to easily do it. Otherwise, we'll do it on Monday. Now, is it clear for you till this? Creating a data provider. And all the data, if you're planning to keep the hard-coded data provider data, for this also you need technical knowledge to load it. And you can keep it inside this data utils. All the data provider details will keep it inside this data utils. For any class, any data you want, you have to take it from this particular class. Understood? It's clear, right? Okay. And few test cases you can merge, basically. Yeah. So few test cases you can merge. Those things you can try to merge it. Let me make a commit actually. Data provider for valid credential. You can create the data provider for valid credential later. As of now, you can, if you complete the invalid credential, that's enough. Now you can see here, there is one more test method, test case saying that if I provide a empty username, if I don't fill the username and provide password and click on enter, there should be an error. If I don't provide the username and click on login, username cannot be empty. Or if I provide the username and remove the password and login, then basically password cannot be empty. The error message will be keep on changing. So first inspect it, the error message, and see whether the locator what you use is going to be common or not. If you feel it is common, the locator, the assertion we are doing, right, to find this element and get it, it's the same element only, just text is keep on changing. Already we are using this ID only. So we can merge the code over here. Okay, assume that if I want to add one more record here, what changes I have to do? For invalid credential, assume that I wanted to add one more record, something like this. Invalid credential, I wanted to do this. So what changes I have to move to this project? Data provider, I need to update. What I should update in data provider?
Size.
Yeah, so I have to just change the size to 3. And this argument will be same only. So I have to change it to 3. Once it is 3, I can load this value. 2, 0. I can load the value, and main of 1, I can load the value, and main of 2, 2, I can load the value. One more record I wanted to add, then I can do 4, 3. 4 cases I want to keep. Let me do that. I'll load the value right now, which will be 3, 3, 0, 3, 1, 3, 2. So let's do this one, this part. Entering the password and click on login, entering the username and click on login. So this part will be empty. Give empty string. Don't keep it as null, it will throw error. You have to keep it as empty string. And password, Without filling the username, I'll fill only the password. Password, I'll keep it as pass123, and the expected error message. When I fill only the password and click on login, the expected error message should be username cannot be empty. That will be the expected message. Username cannot be empty. And if I fill only the username and leave the password as it is, then I should get the error message. Password cannot be empty. While doing this activity, what you need to check basically is just make sure the wherever you want to send a empty record, just put double quotes and leave it. Empty string you need to give. Okay. Now, if you run it over this point, you need to check find element by dot. If you are using any XPath using text, the available text, then you have to update that also. As of now, we are using ID, so no issues. Let me put a breakpoint here and show you what's going to happen when I run the invalid credential. First, it will load the data provider. Okay. Now, data provider should not be null. Basically, if you see all the index point is null right now. Once you run this data provider, it should not have null. Empty string is fine. It should not be having null. You should not leave it as it is. Without filling, if you do, it will be null. At that time, your code will throw it. Now, if I run it, first record it will run. First record will be John 1, 2, 3, something like that. It will run. And for second record, it will be like first record it's John, second record it's Peter. It's first record only. Let me run it without debugging. Second record. The second record is Peter. Let me run. Third time when it gets, it will get the empty string. If you see here, third time it's running. At that time, it should take this record, what I filled here. Empty username, password, and then error message will be empty string. Password, you can see some password. Expected values, username cannot be empty. So during the runtime, you see the actual value, username cannot be empty. Username cannot be empty. Okay. It was able to get it and it will compare the text. And then third time it comes where password will be empty. Few test cases while doing data driven activity, few test cases you will be able to merge it. Username, password is empty. At that time, the error message should be password cannot be empty. Okay. The method, if it is matching, actual error, password cannot be empty. Expected error, password cannot be empty. It is matching. The test method will be passed, otherwise fail. 4 times it ran, all 4 are passed. Understood? And you should not leave it as null. If you leave it as null, without filling, if you leave it, okay, right now, if you see here, I did not fill one record. If you see, it will be having null. Okay. And if you run the program through null, using null, send keys null and all, it will not accept. If it is an empty string, it's fine. You will see, username will be null, equal to null. Dot send keys null, if you give, it will throw error. You see the error will be after erroring, after any error, it will go to the after method. After method will run always. Okay, it will run for the remaining code. Let it run. You see one test case will be having null pointer exception. Rest of the test case will be success. Okay, C4 ran and one failure. Let me open the report. Reports will be under test output. Both report you can check it. Emailable report you see all three run, one failure. Why it is failure? If you click on it, it will show you. The key chain should not null character sequence. You can see it says for the it's null. Okay. So illegal argument. You should not keep it as null. If you want to, if you don't have to fill it, then keep it as empty string like this. Understood? Add this data provider. No changes in the script. The test method, you don't have to change anything. Just you have to fill the data provider. Okay, just increase the data provider to 4,3 and fill this record. And then just run the code, automatically it will run for 4 times. Understood this one? This is the, till this if you completed, that's enough for today. Try to recollect everything by using some other framework also. And I'll give you one one task to complete. That task you can try to complete it. Okay. Let it be this code. I'll update to the GitHub. And a framework should be designed in this way only. You have to understand each and every step. Once you get an idea about all these steps, you can start it at any point. You can directly create base, directly create text. All these things you can directly create once you have got complete idea. But initially, if you start from one test method and start separating, if you see we created one test method, everything ended up in the test method. Then we understand the browser launch activity, close activity. We put it into few more annotation before method, after method, which runs for all the test method. Now, once that is done, then we were in a situation where we want to reuse the method itself. Before method, after method annotation itself, we want to reuse to set up and tear down method. For that, what we created, we use the concept of inheritance, created a separate class and made this a parent for all the test classes. Okay, then we are started using the code. Our duty will be start designing the test methods only. You don't want to worry about browser launch close activity. That will happen always. We have to start concentrating on creating only the test methods. Okay. So till this if you complete, that is enough. Let me update it to GitHub. Added empty username and password for invalid. You can see the record here. All are updated here. Okay. And these are the tasks we have done today. Any doubts till now? And demo class and all you can delete it, which is not required in the framework. Okay. So if you have any other doubts, let me know. Okay. So just try to complete this one test method. You can do that later. You might have done it already. So one task which I already gave you, the same thing you can add it into the framework. Okay, I'll add it in the detail. After login into the portal, you see under my info, emergency contact testing. Okay, I'll share the step. You try to add that step. Add employee you can do. Okay, add employee while filling this record, you need to add that employee. Human network. Okay, this task you try to complete. Okay, navigate to the URL, username, password you need to give, and then you have to mouse over on PAM, which we have already done. How to do mouse over PAM, and then you have to click on add employee. This task. Okay, after clicking on add employee, enter first name, middle name, last name, and employee ID you try to enter in this section. Okay, enter first name, last name, middle name, all these things you try to enter. Employee ID you try to enter, or you leave it as auto generated one, or here and then add an employee ID. The data I've given it on the right hand side. Just add those data and upload employee image. For uploading the image, I'll tell you, or if you Google it, you will be getting it. Otherwise, I'll tell you. Then you click on this checkbox and enter the login username password. Any username password, enter the confirm password. Same password you need to repeat it. Then account you make it as by default it's enabled, you make it as disabled and click on save. Once you click on save, after adding all the record, filter the record and password if you add it. Okay, I've given the username password disable and click on save. Once you click on save, the name what we have added should be displayed here. Okay, we'll check that assertion you need to do. Added employee detail should be displayed. This is your added employee detail. You can check for any of these details like first name or last name, employee ID what you added. For that you have to do assertion. Assertion I'll tell you. Till this if you complete, that is fine. You can create a new class here inside the test. You can create a new class. It's for add employee detail. You can create a name with a class name with the employee test. Okay, class name as employee test, and method name will be public void add employee test. Okay, and this method you can try to complete. And this method will be having the test method annotation and extends particular wrapper class. Login actually already it's done. You can copy paste it or you can hard code it and try to take connect detail from the data provider. Data you have to pass. In this, I'll add it in the assignment detail. Check the assignment docs. Okay, that you can try to complete. Remaining we'll discuss on Monday. Monday, what the plan would be, Monday will be connecting the Excel. The major part of the framework will be done. And the major part would be the data driven is the major part. Data driven will try to use Excel. Excel is the major part. Apart from that, properties and all, you can use it for keeping the configuration files. And then XML we will be doing. Those are all something which you can cover. We will be doing it. Monday will cover the Excel and properties. Major part will be done. Once that is done, you can make a copy of framework. Then we can go for page object model. Okay, final part. And once this framework is completed, we will try to go for a BDD also, behavior driven development. You will see the advantage, more advantage than this. Okay, fine. Till this, if you have completed, that should be fine for today. We'll connect on Monday. Complete the assignment. Welcome. Yeah, see you then. Bye.